priority in developing economies in post 30 years of Beijing Declaration. And so that's why we are gathered here. And so just look in front of you. You are likely to find a seat. Grab one of those and sit down. And then once you are seated, we can pray and we can officially welcome ourselves and begin the program. Now, because they are scared, I'll mention their names because I do know their names. Anyway, we are happy to have all of you
institutional frameworks on behalf and promote inclusive development. ICGE, redefining possibilities and creating pathways for inclusive progress.
Others call me MC Cardinal, and so I'm happy to have you here. We're here some 3 years ago, last year, this year. Of course, not same venue, but it's the same event, probably looking better and better as the years go by. And so if you are ready for us to start, ladies and gentlemen, maybe not all of us are people of faith, but just when I entered here, I was led to approach one of us to pray for us. Apparently, the person is a lady pastor as well. What are actually the probability that I could just walk to somebody and then it turned out that that's a pastor? You know, maybe I should also set up a church. I may also be a pastor, you never know. But ladies and gentlemen, if you really want us to begin the program and also invite the person to pray with us, shall we please clap for Professor Mrs. Mina Ofosu, who is also a pastor, a lady pastor, to open the event for us. Another round of applause for her. You see, some people function under the anointing when you clap for them better. Please do it better for her.
Hello, good morning. It's a beautiful environment, and I believe it cannot be only physical. We need the spiritual backing as well. So at this moment, I want us to be in the mode of prayer. Let's pray this morning. Our gracious Father, our mighty God, our first love, this morning, your last babies are here before you to say thank you for giving birth to this ICGE 3 years ago that we gather every year as women. And Lord, ponder over things that you have put in us that we need to bring out so that your purpose for creation will be fulfilled. Lord, we thank you so much for giving us traveling mercies all over this world to come together this morning here. Lord, to continue to deliberate on our lives. Lord, we pray that may your presence, may your spirit take over. We commit all the speakers into your hands. We commit every bit of activity that will be done here into your hands. Sweet Holy Spirit, come and take absolute and perfect control. Lead us to a successful end. And at the end, we will come.
Thank you very much, Professor Mrs. Clapping for anybody who walks up here to perform a function. The other exercise we'll do is for those at the back to please descend. In fact, when you are descending the mountain, you are actually not exercising. I mean, it's a free fall. So please fall to any seats in front of you. Those at the back, please come forward. So make sure you occupy, except the reserved seats, make sure you occupy any empty seat in front of you. Thank you very much. We appreciate the cooperation. At this point, we want to officially be welcomed to this event, and so with another round of applause, shall we please welcome Mr. Evans Fiho to do that for us. So he is part of the organizing committee, and so he's one of the people positioned to welcome us.
Thank you. The Right Honourable Speaker and the President of the National Assembly of St. Martin, Honourable Deputy Minority Leader, Honourable Deputy Minority Chief Whip, the Clerk of Parliament of St. Martin, the Chair of the Organizing Committee of ICGE, Nana Hema, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to be asked to welcome all of you today. The third series of the International Conference on Gender Equality is here. And we are grateful to God and all of you for coming in numbers. 3 years ago, ICGE started in 2023, and we thought we had seen something. Last year was a great improvement, and this third one is a better improvement. And we are happy that in this third conference, we have people from all over the world, from the Caribbean, from all over Africa, from Europe, and from the Americas. And we are grateful that God brought all of you safely. The theme of this conference is very revealing. Charting the next frontier, post 30 years of the Beijing Declaration, harnessing stakeholder collaboration, in driving innovation to address gender equality in developing countries. The theme is really because 1995, 30 years ago, the idea of gender equality was China. And there have been several misunderstandings, several
Men and women will have to fight to get to where they are. But as you sit there as a Gen Z, I think it's all of the same opportunity, but working from the space we are coming from. But equality is when I have given birth, and at the same time I want to rub shoulders with the men and the authorities. And that is not what we're fighting for. What we are fighting for is equity, where both people are not treated less, but then are treated according to their strength. If I am at the ministry and I want to be there, I do not need to rub shoulders with the man. I need to show my potential. Charting the frontiers is not about policies and paper. It's about Amina, who wakes before the roosters first cry. It's about Isi, who teaches her girls that silence is not a virtue. It is the changes that damage potential hostage. It's about Ayele, who stood at the door and was told, your place is not to serve courage. But she stood at the door and rather said, I will serve courage instead. When you see a man, what he cannot do, what you have to sit down is to think of what you need to do and not to rub shoulders with a man. Because if we say what men can do, women can do better, it's not to sit at the authorities and then disrespect them. It's how to challenge the status quo. As you sit there and watch me, I'm going to tell you that this generation do not understand what equality and equity is. It is up to us to teach them how to fight for equity and equality. And if you want to fight for equality, start from equity. Today I'm here to tell you that if you want to challenge the status quo, start with yourself. You cannot know nothing and you still want to challenge the status quo. This is a quick teaser. I shall be back in the afternoon to tell you what you need to do. My name is Nana Tishua, and I am a woman with vision and virtue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nana Tishua. Indeed, you are a woman, and we are proud of you. Another round of applause for Nana Tishua. So we are taking our first keynote address. We are doing that on the topic Beijing 30 plus reflections on progress and persistent gaps since 1995, with a focus on developing economies. To help us do this, there's no other person but the Venerable Professor Funmilola Ajani. She is the Director Gender Mainstreaming Office, University of Ibadan. A round of applause for her. You don't seem to like it.
Thank you, everyone, for welcoming me here. I want to recognize the existing protocol that has been established, and I'm happy to be here. I bring greetings from University of Ibadan, Nigeria, and from the Gender Mainstreaming Office of the University of Ibadan. This morning, I happy to be here. This is the third international conference on gender equality, and the theme is charting the next frontier to advance gender equality in developing economies in post 30 years Beijing Declaration. My slide, please. My slide, please.
Come again. See what? Make I move.
So I'm going to start with my laptop. By the time it is being injected,
Someone to
then
cross up, so make the person cross finish.
thank you. So I'm handling the topic Beijing achievements, setbacks, and the next frontier. I'll go ahead with the introduction. 2025 marks the 30 years since the Beijing remains the most comprehensive global agenda for gender equality. There's a difference between gender equity and equality. In gender equality, countries were there. What is the goal of this presentation? Because this is the first presentation which backs this particular conference. I'm here to reflect on the different achievements and challenges since 30 years and identify emerging priorities shaping the next frontier for women's rights. The 12 critical areas of concern has been highlighted. We are not able to do, to realize, to achieve thus far in the past 30 years. The progress across in Bangladesh, the ladies, they encourage them in one way or the other. You know, even the ones that are brilliant, they even do it to the extent of giving them food, breakfast, lunch, so as to encourage them, and to a reasonable extent, it has helped them in that particular country. The enrollment has virtually closed up between the male and the female gender. Also in Rwanda and Kenya, they have implemented several policies to promote in Rwanda and Kenya, they have implemented policies to promote girls' education, and this has to a reasonable extent result in rising literacy rates within the country, and it has improved gender parity indices in the country. So Indian girls, majority of them now, they enroll in engineering colleges. You know, there is this myth that engineering is meant for men, but the story has changed now, because from year 1995 till year 2024, you know, there has been scholarships, mentor programs, and the majority of the Indian girls, they are now in engineering colleges. So also in the health sector, the maternal mortality has declined globally to around 40%, and we have specifics for Ethiopia investment. They have invested so much in community health workers to some extent, and the maternal health death has reduced. There is also the Nepal Safe Motherhood Program, expanded access to obstetric care in Nepal. In the political sector, globally it has improved from 1995 to 2024, globally from 11% to approximately 26%. This especially is Rwanda has it. They have this success story concerning this particular one. More than 60% of the parliamentary seats in Rwanda are given to women, and Mexico too has achieved gender parity in Congress following the constitutional reform that occurred in the year 2019. Finland's coalition government, to a reasonable extent, they symbolize intergenerational feminist leadership from year 2019 to 2023, in which 5 women are in the parliament, and they were recognized for the things that they were able to achieve, because women are powerful, they are purposeful. In the economic empowerment, India's Self-Employed Women's Association, that is SEWA, they have mobilized 2 million informal workers. So also for Canada, there is gender responsive budgeting, and to a reasonable extent, this has redefined how fiscal policy in the country can promote equality. We also have that in Saudi Arabia too. It has increased women's workforce participation. It has increased from 19% to over 35% in the last decade. Now to Iceland. Iceland is a country after my heart because they have this progressive equal pay legislation. In this particular country, they pay the male and the female gender equally. It has been in their constitution, legislation. So whatever they do, they make sure that they pay women and men equally. In India and Kenya, we have women-led grassroots climate action networks that are working. And we also have the global movement that are in support of the policy and legal progress. Over 150 countries have been able to adopt gender equality laws globally, and this has been strengthening constitutional guarantees for women's rights. You know, women in Tunisia, Nepal, South Africa, in Mexico, in Rwanda, in Bolivia, and so on and so forth. They have it in their constitution. They have a particular percentage that must be given to the female gender, and that has been adhered to. The digital and technological inclusion is not left behind. Women's participation in STEM and digital innovation has grown to a reasonable extent, and global advocacy for gender responsive digital policies is also being strengthened. This is the table showing the women in single and lower houses of parliament. I have the 1995 2025. Then the point change. We can see that Rwanda did the different case studies that of Kenya's climate smart agriculture. The women farmers, they are being encouraged using climate resilient techniques, and this has increased their yield by 40%, with 200,000 women accessing green finance initiative. So green finance, this includes credit, grants, subsidies, investment programs, and all these target sustainability and so on. These table shows the 1995 till date. The period is there, and the key drivers. This shows the increase and growth in the trend. Another case study: women, they get money on their own without really going through their husband or any third-party. Digital cash transfer to mothers, the women-led SME programs, safe digital wallets for income and savings, and agent banking points reaching remote villages in that particular country. So it has increased from 26% to 65% in year 2024, and this has transformed the rural economies in Bangladesh. Now to the setbacks. the persistent inequalities and emerging threats. The first one that I will dwell on is the violence against women. This is no news. In Latin America, movements like Ni Una Menos arose in response to this. We have in Afghanistan too. Then another setback is the economic disparities which persist. Globally, women are being paid less when we compare them to men. And in many African and Asian countries, women dominate the informal sector, even up to like 70 or 80%, and they are being excluded from payment. The digital inequality is one of the setbacks too. In sub-Saharan Africa, women are like 30% of the women are less likely to access mobile internet. There is online harassment and gendered disinformation. We have the climate change, and this one affects women more than the men. In Pacific Island nations, women are at the forefront of adaptation efforts, but they have less power in decision making, which is very bad. Kenya's Green Belt movement, led by Wangari Maathai, remains a timeless reminder that environmental justice and gender equality are interlinked. What about the persistent setbacks and inequalities? Violence against women is the first one. 1 in 3 women globally face GBV. In Latin America, we have this. In Afghanistan, there is lots of education and rights for women and girls. Then we have the wage gap. There is also the digital divide when we talk about the emerging threats and climate change. There is the growing online harassment against women and journalists. There is the climate impact. This affects women more than men. Now the next frontiers, the needed priorities. Why are we here this morning for this particular conference? We are here to learn, to relearn and unlearn. There are things that we need to do together as we have come. Case studies, we need to study where we are currently and what we need to do to forge ahead. I have put the 5-point agenda. The first one is inclusive leadership. Second one is economic justice. Point 3 is digital equality. 4 is climate resilience, which is important. And 5 is youth empowerment. In conclusion, we need to reaffirm Beijing's vision through global cooperation. The legacy of Beijing 1995 must inspire renewed multilateral commitment and concrete financing, and it has to turn reflection into renewal within us, ensuring that by Beijing plus 40 will not be talking about the promises, and where we are, we will be celebrating the realizations of all the things that we are going to gain from this conference. We move from commitment to implementation because it is very, very important, and we ensure Beijing Plus 40 becomes a celebration of realization and not repetition of the stories that are not positive. In conclusion, I'm going to end with the UN quote, which says, "Equality for women is progress for all." Thank you for having me.
Indeed, equality for women is progress for all. Unquote. Another round of applause for her. A very, very comprehensive presentation. But then we need to quickly have a very brief panel discussion on this topic because there are very topical issues that were raised. We need to look at them, and then once we are done, we can officially open the conference. And so, can we please have the chairs? The panel, the moderator is fully aware of the time allocated for the panel discussion. And so, when we say brief, it is brief. But the brief that is concise, that will do a very thorough work on the topic. To help us moderate the panel session, all right, to help us moderate the panel session, it's someone, a lady, a woman accomplished in her field, who is passionate about the reason why we are gathered here. She is a principal clerk of the Parliament of Ghana, Mrs. Gifty Jiage Goba. A round of applause for her. And so she would introduce her panel members and she'll take it from there. Of course, she understands the word brief and concise.
Thank you very much, and good morning. Good morning, right? It's a privilege to stand in front of you this morning. I know I am here with my honorable, right honorable speaker, Martin, deputy minority leader, and my majority whip. My honorable members, other honorable members are also here. I know the work of parliamentarians are so keen and so vital, and time is really, really, really of essence. But I want to promise my honorable members that since the discussion is on the topic that has just been presented, I will be very brief with it so that they could also have the opportunity to do their remarks and then proceed with parliamentary business for the day. I thank you so much for indulging me. We will be very brief. Do I have my honorable members' permission to go ahead? The exigency of the legislature is so keen, and they are representing us in so many things that unfortunately their time cannot be stuck. So respectfully, my dear audience, if you would indulge me, respectfully, can we permit our honorable members to give their short remarks while they proceed to attend other urgent businesses on the floor of the House? We are going to be in Parliament right now, and if I have your permission, kindly say here, here. I thank you. I thank you. Without much ado, I'd want to invite to the podium the honorable member representing the Gender Committee. Honorable member. The honorable member is Honorable Rachel, and she's a member of Doma East, right?
Yes.
Honorable member, please take it.
Thank you. My name is Honorable Rachel Ama Usia, MP for the good people of Doma East in the Bono region. I'm here representing Parliamentary Committee on Gender, Children and Social Welfare. It is a privilege for us to be part of such a timely and critical gathering. This year's conference theme, Charting New Frontiers to Advance Gender Equality in Developing Economies in the post-30-year Beijing Declaration era, is both ambitious and deeply resonant. As a committee charged with overseeing legislation and policy that directly affects women, children, and marginalized groups, we are especially mindful of how much progress has been made and how many challenges remain. Over the past 3 decades, since the Beijing Declaration, there has been remarkable progress in many parts of the world. However, in developing economies such as ours, we face persistent structural barriers, gender-based violence, unequal access to education and healthcare, discriminatory laws, and insufficient social protection systems. These are not just issues of rights, they are critical development concerns. The ICGE 25 provides a strategic platform for us to engage with international experts, learned scholars, and fellow parliamentaries on transformation governance approaches. We are particularly interested in sessions on legislative reform, gender-responsive budgeting, and governance mechanisms that safeguard the rights of women and children. In our work at the committee, we know that effective parliamentary oversight must go hand in hand with deep-rooted social change. The dialogues at this conference will help us refine our strategies, how to craft stronger laws, how to ensure meaningful implementation, and how to hold institutions accountable. As chairperson of Committee on Gender, Children and Social Welfare, I formally confirm our active participation in ICGE 25. We look forward to contributing our unique parliamentary insights
learning from global best practices, and returning with concrete proposals that can strengthen our national policies on gender equality. Finally, I wish to affirm the committee's continued dedication to partnering with civil society, academia, governmental and international bodies. Through such alliances, we can accelerate progress, overcome systemic inequalities, and build a more equitable society for our women, girls, and vulnerable populations. Thank you to the organizers, and thank you to everyone here for your commitment to this shared cause. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. And we know in Parliament, before work starts, there must be a conclave, and the leaders are needed. So our dear participants and delegates, kindly bear with us. Without much ado, I'll call on Honorable Comfort Doyu, the Majority Whip, to come and give her remarks. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry, we have to interrupt so that we can go and do the budget for the Ghanaian workers. We are in the budget week, so that's why we seem to be in a hurry to go and work. Right, Honorable Speaker, I would like to stand on the existing protocol. Thank you. Honorable colleagues, distinguished partners, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Parliamentary Women Caucus, I wish to express our profound appreciation to the I Believe Global Foundation and the ICGE 25 Secretariat for the kind invitation to participate in the 3rd International Conference on Gender Equality, scheduled for 20th to 22nd November 2025 at the School of Public Health, University of Ghana. We are deeply honored to be associated with a conference that continues to bring together visionary leaders, scholars, practitioners, and policy makers to push the boundaries of gender equality on the Africa continent and beyond. The theme for this year, Charting New Frontiers to Advance Gender Equality in Developing Economics in the post-30 years Beijing Declaration era, is both timely and comparing. It challenges all of us to reflect on how far we have come, confront the persistent gap, and collectively shape innovative pathways that ensure no woman or girl is left behind. The Women's Caucus of Parliament has, over the years, played a pivotal role in advancing gender-responsive legislation, strengthening advocacy for women's rights, and promoting the political empowerment of women in Ghana governance architecture. Our participation in the ICGE 25 is therefore not only appropriate but strategic, as it aligns directly with our mandate to champion inclusive development and gender justice. We note with great admiration this year's conference chaired by Honorable Sarah A. Woodcock Williams, former Prime Minister and current Speaker of the Parliament of St. Martin, a distinguished advisor whose leadership continues to inspire women in governance and the world. We welcome the opportunity to join esteemed partners and various international collaborators to engage in high-level discussions on legislative reforms, women's political participation, and transformative governance system. The Women's Caucus gladly looks forward to contribute meaningfully to the deliberation. We believe that the insight and network emerging from ICGE 25 will further empower our work in Parliament, strengthen our advocacy, and accelerate progress towards gender equality in Ghana. Once again, we extend our sincere appreciation to the organizers for this initiative and assure them of our full cooperation and engagement. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Adia. Shall we give it up for her once again? Right, Honorable Speaker, with your permission, I want to invite to the podium the Minority Leader, Honorable Patricia PG, an MP, Member of Parliament for Asukwa.
Good morning. Ladies, good morning. Good morning. We are few here, but we are very loud. This morning, I've actually made some observations, and I think it's the right observation that I need to carry it out here. My first observation is a young lady who came employing on us to take up the mantle. And if we are going to take up the mantle, we have to look at ourselves first. I want to reiterate this point because we are all here and we are all going to make an impact of some sort. And it is very important that we accept that fact before we can take up the challenge. If I look around too, I see a number of our affirmative action champions around. And I'm very proud of these ladies because they have actually contributed a lot to what we have achieved today as the promotion of our affirmative action bill into law. The passage through these energized ladies, champions, we've been able to do that, and it is important that we acknowledge them. We've had a tall list of some of the countries, how far they've gone with it. You realize that in Ghana, our name was never mentioned anywhere. And it is important that we come to either the first 10 or go back to the last, for which I don't wish for us as Ghanaians. So it is very important that today, if we are taking this conference over here, Right Honorable Speaker, Sarah Westcott Williams, our esteemed, distinguished guest, whom we have here at this international conference. I'm sure you'll be a very good inspiration for all of us as we speak here. If we are able to introduce well, you realize that we are not at this conference for nothing, but to take back home what we have to do. We in Parliament are highly honored to add our voice to the expression of gratitude conveyed by our chairperson, and to reaffirm on behalf of the Women's Caucus of Parliament our deep appreciation to the I Believe Global Foundation and the ICGE 25 Secretariat for extending this gracious and significant invitation to us. It is important that this year's International Conference on Gender Equality comes at a truly pivotal time for us in Ghana. For those of us who labor every day to protect the rights, to elevate the dignity, and expand the opportunities of women and girls, this gathering is more than an event. It is a call for renewed purpose. And we must all pay attention to that. The conference theme, 30-year Beijing Declaration era, it directs us to reflect on how far we have come since 1995, while compelling us to confront the unfinished business before us. The Beijing Declaration laid the foundation, but the next frontier requires more innovation, more courage, and far stronger institutions. As the Deputy Minority Leader and the Vice Chairperson of the caucus, the Women Caucus of Parliament, I'm particularly inspired by this conference focus on innovation, cross-sector collaboration, and the strengthening of governance systems that we require, and that will enable gender-responsive policies. These priorities mirror the work we pursue in Parliament, championing legislation that protects women, demanding gender-responsive budgets, and supporting initiatives that empower women to lead, to innovate, and to drive national development. The Women's Caucus remains fully committed to deepening partnerships with academia, civil society, private sector, actors, development partners, and global advocacy networks. Conferences such as the ICGE 25 provide a rare and valuable platform for these partnerships to grow. They allow us to exchange ideas, interrogate emerging research, and translate shared knowledge into practical solutions that can meaningfully transform the lives of women and girls. We warmly welcome the opportunity to contribute our parliamentary perspective to these high-level discussions. And I join our chairperson in reaffirming our strong commitment to participate fully, to engage rigorously, and to help craft recommendations that will support Ghana. and indeed all developing economies to accelerate progress toward genuine gender equality. Once again, we express our sincere appreciation to the organizers for recognizing the Women's Caucus of Ghana's Parliament as an important stakeholder in this global conversation. We are honored to be part of this journey. If you believe that you are the last bones of God's creation, and without you, nothing can move, then I challenge you today at this conference, listen attentively and be up in arms to promote gender equality. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tricia BEIJING. Another round of applause for her and all the other speakers before her. Shall we please crave your indulgence to give us a few minutes? Please do not leave us. Once you are here, of course, we represent the institution of government, of course, the legislative arm of government. So we want to officially alter the program again and start the program. So we want to have our national anthem. So it's appropriate that you are part of it, and then we can continue. So shall we all please be upstanding? Let's have the national anthem taken, and then they can leave. So the Royal Hill Chorale is helping us do that. Thank you very much. We want to have the Swedish as well. Please do not go. Please do not go. Let's have the Swedish one. Who is helping us sing that one as well? The choir? Okay, because I saw how we were singing our own. So we are singing the Swedish one. Well, all the best. Can we have the Royal Hill Choir help us? Do we have it? If you have, please project as well. Thank you. All right, so honorable members can please excuse us now. So the only way I actually was sure they were singing the right anthem was to see this gentleman's face. And then he was smiling. And then I think the right honorable speaker was also smiling. Then, of course, Rachel was nodding her head. Then I'm like, okay. Then they are getting it. All right, so we want to quickly continue our program. So we're going back to the original program before we take the panel discussion. And so we want to have our guest in our midst, who is a former Prime Minister and the current Speaker of Parliament of St. Martin, a seasoned political leader and advocate for gender equality and governance, to give us a brief remarks. Of course, she is a conference chairperson, to give us a brief remarks, and then we can take it from there. So a round of applause for her, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. The Excellencies have left, but I thank them for their presence and look forward to seeing them a little later on. Colleagues, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you warm greetings from the island nation St. Martin in the northeastern Caribbean, an archipelago of islands roughly 8,000 kilometers from where we are today. For reference, our island nation is about 7,000 kilometers from the European part of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, of which we are a constituent part. And again, for reference, we share that small landmass called St. Martin with a French territory. But the land and the people are one. And after many colonial occupations, we have since 1648 peacefully shared this land under the motto of one island, one people, one destiny. Many persons, sadly, from Africa were enslaved and brought to the Caribbean region from as early as the first half of the 16th century, from primarily Côte d'Ivoire, Guinea, and Ghana. Our roots run deep. Understand, therefore, my extreme pleasure and profound honor to join you in the vibrant and welcoming nation of Ghana for the 3rd International Conference on Gender Equality. That I was invited to chair this conference is testimony to your commitment to move ahead together and with purpose. Gathered here from Africa, the Caribbean, Europe, and beyond, we've been shaped by different yet similar histories and cultures. United, however, by one shared and sacred mission, advancing equality, opportunity, and dignity for women and girls across the world. Sometimes we would like to wish away the reach of technology, if only to escape the haunting truth that every barrier to women and girls' equality anywhere becomes a threat to all of us everywhere. Our theme in this symbolic year 2025, charting the next frontier to advance gender equality in developing economies in the post-30 years of the Beijing Declaration, calls us to deeply reflect on the historic and watershed milestone in 1995. 30 years have passed since the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action transformed the global conversation on women's rights. It set a bold vision that continues to inspire our work today. But 30 years also compel us to confront a difficult truth. The promise of Beijing remains unfinished. 30 years later, the Beijing Plus 30 Action Agenda has been launched. There is, however, not only a resolve to accelerate, but an urgency of immense proportions. Historic gender issues are present, in some places and even exacerbated in others. Every barrier to women and girls' equality, I repeat, anywhere, becomes a threat to all of us everywhere. Every little girl deprived of her rights is an assault on the future of us all. The Beijing Plus 30 Action Agenda presents a 10-year blueprint shaped around 6 strategic priorities. A digital revolution that closes the gender divide and ensures women and girls reap the benefit of innovation. It seeks freedom from poverty through decent work and economic opportunity. We want zero violence against women and girls. We want full and equal participation in decision-making. And we want climate justice that recognizes the disproportionate climate burdens carried by women and girls. Yet without the essential engines of financing and gender-responsive data, these priorities have no path forward. Without resources to fuel action and evidence to guide it, commitments remain rhetorical and real change will slip through our fingers. The Beijing Plus 30 Global Meeting also highlighted key issues that we must confront with honesty and urgency: persistent gaps in economic equality, violence that continues to threaten safety and dignity, and chronic underfunding of gender initiatives. The sad fact is that much more investment is made in preparing for conflict than in advancing women's rights. And on the flip side of that, more investment in women's advancement reduces conflict, saves lives, and promotes peace. I wish I could say to all of you here today and those joining us tomorrow and the following day that here is where it stops. Here is where we could look at the Beijing Plus 30 declaration and say we have achieved, we have reached. But it does not. I can't say that because we do not have the luxury of time. Climate disasters are growing more destructive. Conflicts and threats of conflict are escalating. And technology, including AI, is increasingly manipulated to spread misogyny, division, and hate. And these challenges are not future concerns. They are here and now, intensifying the inequalities we are fighting to end. But they remind us of one simple truth. Progress is not guaranteed. It must be claimed, protected, and driven forward by determined leadership and collective resolve. And while gender and gender-driven data might not be present in the volume we would like to see, there are countless reports, analyses, research, commitments, and targets in gender equality. There are reports that tell us an undeniable truth. We must not give up. We cannot yield. We must lead. That type of work can be found in ambitious programs, like I said before, and many before me, the Beijing Declaration of 1995, the SDGs, and numerous more. So whether on the African continent, or in the Caribbean, the Americas, or Europe, what is required of us and the challenges we face have been identified, painfully so sometimes. I need just mention the recent Beijing Plus 30 Declaration and Plan of Action, the African Union's ambitious gender policy as a driver of development, the CARICOM Regional Gender Equality Strategy, the Regional Gender Equality Strategy of Latin America and the Caribbean 2023-2025. And my questions to you, dear brothers and sisters, is whether this Accra Declaration is going to bring the breakthrough. It is against this global backdrop that the ICGE 2025 carries such weight and expectations, and none too soon. This conference is not only a simple annual gathering, and it should not be. It is a movement, a transformative space for learning, dialogue, innovation, creativity, and solidarity. Over these 3 days, we will participate in keynotes that set strategic direction, plenaries grounded in experience and evidence, workshops that build concrete skills, and panels that deepen insight into the complexities of transformation. We will engage with artivism and storytelling that humanize policy, reminding us that gender equality is not abstract, it is cultures, it is politics, and it is lives lived. Coming from the Caribbean island of St. Martin, I recognize that while our nations differ in size and context, we share the same aspirations, societies where women and men contribute fully, where rights are respected, dignity upheld, and equality practiced rather than promised. As president of our small parliament, I realize every day that progress begins and ends with courageous leadership, with laws that reflect justice, with institutions that model fairness, and with citizens who choose integrity over indifference. Equality must not only be written in legislation, but also lived in our cultures and respected by our cultures. Again, I wish I could say, here is where it stops. But it does not. Because as we envision the next frontier of gender equality, we must acknowledge a reality shaping every dimension of our world. Our future will be digital. Technology now influences how we learn, communicate, work, and increasingly how we govern. Artificial intelligence shapes what we see, what we buy, and sometimes even what we believe. Digital platforms shape economic access, social connection, and political participation. This digital revolution presents both profound promise and profound peril. Today, women remain 17% less likely than men to use mobile internet. And in parts of sub-Saharan Africa and the Caribbean, the gap reaches nearly 30%. Girls remain underrepresented in STEM fields, the very fields that will define tomorrow's jobs, leadership, and governance. Online harassment and gender-based cyber violence silence women's voices and restrict their participation. The digital divide is not only about devices or connectivity, it's about power. It's about who designs technology, who controls data, and who benefits from innovation. If women and girls are excluded from the digital economy, they will be excluded from the future economy, the future parliaments, the future schools, the future medical and technological research. And yet, with vision, technology can be the great equalizer, connecting rural communities, expanding education, democratizing healthcare, strengthening public services, enhancing democracy, and opening opportunities once unimaginable. It allows the message of this conference to resonate all over the world. A woman with digital access gains information, independence, and economic possibility. A digitally empowered woman is not only an economic actor, she is a full participant in democracy. In the Parliament of St. Martin, we have devoted the 2025-2026 parliamentary year to the theme, Building Digital Trust, exploring a national AI strategy and further development of an open parliament. This is not a commitment to technology for its own sake. It is a commitment to ethical, inclusive, transparent digital governance rooted in public trust. We are examining how AI can support legislative efficiency and accessibility, strengthening digital portals to deepen civic engagement, and ensuring every digital system upholds fairness, privacy, and human rights. Because while digital transformation can accelerate equality, it can also deepen inequality if women are not purposefully present in its design. Take note, my brothers and sisters, AI will reflect the values of its creators, and if women are absent from its creation, their realities will be absent from its intelligence. The advantage we have over AI is that it is not really creative. It is created. And the question is, by whom and why? Therefore, to close the digital gender divide, we must act across multiple fronts. We must ensure universal digital literacy from an early age, giving girls the tools and confidence to shape technology. We must expand access to broadband devices and innovation hubs in both rural and underserved communities. We must strengthen laws and cultures that protect women from cyber violence and online misogyny. We must ensure women are represented in leadership roles across AI ethical boards, data governance bodies, technology companies, and we must finance this transformation, ensuring that women-led innovation is supported, scaled, and sustained. We must engage and empower the creativity of young women and men to take charge of the digital frontier with the same passion we pursue gender equality for a better tomorrow for all. This will not happen by chance. It will happen by change. And change is happening. Women are confidently leaping onto the technology bandwagon and leading the charge of change, often overcoming countless barriers. Just for starters, and to mention a few, across the region, St. Lucian leader Dr. Kem Lauren Lubin and Dr. Gail Rigobert are shaping global policy through the AI Global South Summit Foundation. In Jamaica, Camilla Taylor is expanding opportunities for young women in software development and emerging technologies. From Trinidad and Tobago, aerospace engineer Dr. Camille Wanrock inspires girls to aim for career in robotics, space science, and engineering. In Barbados, Ambria Holligan is using virtual and augmented reality to expand accessibility and inclusion for persons with disabilities. And right here in Ghana, Angela Carrier-Martin Yimoh stands as a powerful symbol of African leadership in technology as founder and CEO of Brainwave Africa Tech, and formerly as Microsoft Strategic Partnerships Lead for Africa and the first African woman to serve as IBM Regional General Manager. And still across the African continent, leaders like Mariam Jammeh of Senegal, Angela Odur Lungati of Kenya, and then, not to forgetting, our St. Martin, where our young lady Ife Badijo, founder of Islandpreneur International, has launched the groundbreaking AI Island Summit, positioning small island developing states at the forefront of AI readiness and equipped Caribbean entrepreneurs, especially women, to innovate, compete, and lead. These women, from Accra to Phillipsburg, from Kingston to Castries, show us that women are not waiting for permission to shape the digital world. They can, and they are. And as we mark 30 years since Beijing, they remind us of something essential. The next frontier of equality cannot be written in policy. It will be built in code, in classrooms, in boardrooms, in parliaments, and in communities. It will depend not only on who has access to technology, but on who alters the system that will define our collective future. As we begin this conference, let us remember that technology is not the destination. Equality is the destination. Technology is the vehicle. Our responsibility, thank you, our responsibility is to ensure that the vehicle serves every woman and every girl safely, ethically, and inclusively. But our responsibility does not end with acknowledging this truth. It begins here, in this room, in these conversations, and in the commitments we forge together over the next 3 days. This conference is not a pause from our work. It is a sharpening of purpose for the work that must follow. The real test of the ICGE 2025 will not be in the applause we receive here today. It will be what happens when we return home to our parliaments, our communities, universities, businesses, ministries, and movements. It will be measured not in speeches, but in laws enacted, programs funded, budgets reshaped, digital spaces made safer, and opportunities created. It will be reflected in whether the lives of women and girls become safer, freer, healthier, more prosperous, and more powerful just because we gathered here. What will be the next lap, the next 5 years to the SDGs target of 2030? Can we accelerate the movement forward, amplify the voices, seek out the champions, the enablers, the influencers, the scholars, the artists, and the artisans? Can we see an investment in gender equality and in a livable future for all as the return on investment of a lifetime? Can the businesses see the investment in gender equality and in a livable future for all as the return on investment of a lifetime? You are the champions of that livable future for all. This conference is but a starting shot, not the end of your responsibility towards the next generations. So take it with you to your work and institutions, in your daily decisions, and be mindful of the urgency. You are here because you recognize that there is still so much to be done, and you cannot let the sheer weight of it wear you down. You need to hear that your burden is not only yours, that still way too many biases exist, and too many young boys and girls and women are victims of conflict that do nothing for them. Yet, we expect them to be our torchbearers. Let our deep beliefs in humanity guide how we allocate resources, which innovations we support, whose voices we elevate, and what futures we choose to build. Let us commit to being the generations that does more than diagnose inequality. Let us be the generations that dismantle it, the generations that understands that equality is not merely promised in declarations, but lived through deliberate action, accountability, and courage. As we leave this conference on Saturday and return to our nations, let us do so with renewed resolve to challenge systems that exclude women, to strengthen the policies that protect them, to invest in the innovations that empower them, and to insist on representation that reflects them. And as women and advocates for women, I beg you not to become weary. The work ahead is not for tomorrow. It is for today. It is for right now. And it is for each of us. This conference is as good as any to say thank you to the sponsors and donors of the dream we hold of a better world. The agencies, but especially the troopers who tire but don't get weary, who fall but don't give up, who won't be silenced no matter the price, who use their God-given talents to turn the impossible into the inevitable. May our work here in Accra strengthen not only our united vision, but also our united will to build a world in which equality is lived, practiced, defended, and advanced every single day. I thank all of you for allowing me the opportunity to speak to you today. And may my message serve as an encouragement that there is still so much you can do to make this world, this city, your community, my island, my villages, better places for all of us. God bless you and thank you.
Thank you very much. Round of applause for Madam Speaker. Well, Madam Speaker, permit me to ask you to be upstanding whilst we give you a very beautiful present. Shall we all be upstanding, please? Shall we have the anthem of St. Martin played to a pleasure? Thank you. I hope it sounds familiar.
You find an island so lovely small, with nations free, with people friends, though talking English much, as the St. Martin's sea. Oh, sweet St. Martin's Island, so by the beijing strand, with sailors on the sea and harbors free, where the chains of mountains green variously in sunlight sheen.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Looking at her face, I know she would want us to go on and on and on and on because she's actually enjoying it. Of course, with the gentleman as well, we can tell. That's a very beautiful national anthem. If you're a lover of country music, of course, you should also love this anthem. Unfortunately, we do not know the words, the lyrics. Well, we would want to have a word from our Deputy Conference Chair as well. This is a seasoned lawyer, a counselor. She is a licensed professional counselor, author, leading advocate for women's empowerment and child protection. She's done this over and over for several years. She's executive director for the ARC Foundation, Ghana. It's my pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome Dr. Angela Boaji-Dwamina. Indeed, just a little one, when Madam Speaker was speaking, she mentioned a couple of people globally, including Ghana, who are doing incredible stuff. And then she got to Angela Jumo, and she said, Angela Wumo. And then I was like, Wumo, who is that? You know, yeah. Then I'm like, okay, so if I ask her to introduce the deputy chair, she'll say Angela Wamina. So, ladies and gentlemen, Angela Wamina.
Thank you, Mr. MC. It's Dramina Buaje, actually. Dramina is my husband's name, and so my full name. Don't leave that Buaje out. Thank you. Wow. A deputy is supposed to act when the chair is not present. This chair is present, and this chair has done her work. Is that not the agreement of the House? Madam former Prime Minister of St. Martin, now the Speaker of Parliament, Honorable Westcott Williams. Welcome to Ghana. Thank you very much. I don't know where our Executive Director is. I haven't spotted her. I wanted to thank her. Where are you? Oh, there. Rachel. Good to see you. Thank you very much for having us. You said it all, and I don't have much to say. All I want to probably add are just two little pieces. Before we get into any analysis anywhere when it comes to gender, because we are looking at where boys are, where girls are, where women are, where men are, they start from some place. That place is called the family. And I've examined a lot of policies and a lot of laws, international, national. In our International Bill of Rights, the family is recognized as the natural and fundamental unit. But subsequently, lots of our countries pay little attention to what is happening at the family in terms of looking at it from a gender analytical point of view. So even before we grow into all these spaces that we are analyzing, we start from there. And the things that are happening there, even though we put our focus on it, I don't even want to describe. So that's one area that I believe as we go forward as advocates, as policy makers and so on, we should start bringing attention back. It's in our constitutions. The values that are happening there, the socialization that is happening there, before we grow into these spaces, and the kind of policies that we need to craft to strengthen the family, because women have a heart bound to their families. This is cultural, it's spiritual, and it does not change in any community. The last thing I want to say is the balance. 30 years after BEIJING, I see a choir of many men, but the participants of men and boys, very few. Almost every meeting I attend that has to do with gender equality, the women are in the majority. In the past, it made a lot of sense because most of the issues that we face, women face the brunt, the end of the line. So for women to take up our issues made a lot of sense. But this is 30 years down the line. It means there's a part of the work that we have to pay attention to. Every bit of the analysis has to do with men and women, boys and girls. So that part cannot be missing from the conversation. They can't occupy the leadership spaces and not come to these conversations. We have to change the narrative. Women must lead because we feel the brunt of it. But without the men and the boys, that means you are shooting yourself in the foot, right? So it's just the balance, because gender balance is part of the strategy for getting through to equality. So these are the only two little bits that I wanted to add. And thank you so much for taking us on that journey, that the issue is for today and what we do. Let this not be another talk shop. Let's go back and do the work. That's the most important part of it. God bless you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Angela Dramina Akwai, Mrs. Round of applause for her. You can see we have a couple of great mothers in our midst. I'll be introducing them accordingly. So please do not. I'll be with you shortly. We want to move on to have our president, I Believe Global, share a word or two with us, and then we can proceed. And so if we have Lady Rachel Langren here, round of applause for her.
Good morning, Nananom. Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament of St. Martin, ministers, distinguished statesmen and women, fellow advocates, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to stand before you this morning. In fact, it was only yesterday night that I realized I had not drafted my speech. That's true. So my message today will be just concise. And recently I have been reflecting on the name Lady. Who gave me that name? And I remember the board members I started organization who conferred that name on me. And I thought maybe because the way I wear my lipstick or the way I go around walking in my shoes. But I didn't know they were conferring a title that comes with responsibilities, selflessness, courage, dedication, and good stewardship. But I thank God that through grace, we are able to show up every time, regardless the complexities, the challenges. And as we gather here today, let us remember it is by His grace and nothing by His grace alone. It is wonderful to see everyone here. I've always imagined or have a thought that it is wonderful that every year, as practitioners, activists, advocates in the space of gender, we could all emerge under one forum to share our experiences on the field, opportunities, challenges, to inspire one another and to forge a new pathway forward. We all know how often we as practitioners and activists walk on eggshells in different spaces in our communities when we enter communities or group. And I mean, there are so many instances when people ask me, are you a feminist? Are you gender? Are you... People have that perspective that we are the one trying to make women stubborn. To hate men, I have been faced with many questions. But I want to say, under this forum, you are among people with the same purpose, destiny, people with the same energy. So I want to say, feel free, express yourself, your thoughts, your experiences, and insights. And don't forget to network. Over the past 3 years of building this forum, we have gained remarkable perspective about gender governance in developing economies. So as an organization, I think we have utilized collaboration and partnership despite the challenges with funding. Through partnership and collaboration, we've been able to implement some initiative. And I want to say that collaboration is crucial, and we must continually explore innovative models of working together. Secondly, there is misconceptions surrounding gender equality, gender equity, feminist principles, and it continued to grow, especially among young generations. And this worries me a lot. These misconceptions are deterring many young women from embracing the gender equality agenda and putting challenge for most women to pursue equality. This called for strategic, intentional advocacy to reshape societal views on gender equality. In many socioeconomic contexts, resistance to advocacy persists. Some of us, in our passion, have not always been critical or reflective. And I think there is a lot of conflict in our society about what gender equality means. And therefore, we need to adopt a more thoughtful, sensitive, and engaging approach to gender equality. As activists, as advocates, we need to adopt new approach how we go about in implementing or that concept on gender equality, because there is a lot of conflict in our society. So we need to be critical and very sensitive. And finally, I think over the 3 years we have also realized that mentorship and leadership is a very critical approach, or very critical in promoting gender equality, and it needs to be prioritized. We need to design and implement programs that empower women meaningful across different sectors. Looking ahead, I believe that with innovation, strategic thinking, discipline, education, and courage, we can reshape the world we want to see. Thank you, and this is my short message. I wake up this morning to draft. I'm done, and God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Lady Michelle Afosua Langren. Is it now, right? Yeah, so another round of applause for her. Of course, she's also thrown more light on gender activism and feminism and all the words that we throw out there and the perceptions we have about them. Yeah, so we have a lot of work to do within these 3 days to contribute to how gender is perceived out there. Of course, at some context or in some forum, when you mention gender, some of us are not even expected to be here. Because gender means women, that's all. Yeah, to some people, I mean, it's a reality out there. And so well, that's it. Well, there's another voice that we need to hear. Once we are done with that voice, we would invite the spoken word artist to come back. Then I will introduce our Queen Mothers who are beautifully dressed. And then we continue with the rest of the program. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for Professor Smile GC, who is the chairperson for the organizing committee and currently the Deputy Director General of Organization Services.
So you don't take a bribe, right? I bribe him not to call me. Right, he didn't take. Actually, he took it and still.
He didn't reflect.
So what should I do to him?
He didn't reflect.
Good morning,
great chair of this conference, the right honorable speaker, Martins, that have been with us since I think 3 days. They joined and complaining beautifully.
Our deputy chair, our beautiful queen mothers. We have our beautiful professors, researchers, great
women here.
We are happy.
We are happy you are here. That's all I have to say.
We are also
happy that
the 10th week of November is here. 3rd week of November has been reserved for ICGE. That is all for women believing in gender equality, in developing economies, to come together, to network, to talk about our research findings, to interact, to share our success stories, the challenges from various countries, to see how we can move forward. And we always know that when we move forward, we go back, as you have said, your powerful speech. We are always making a lot of impacts. We don't actually care about the numbers when we meet. We started we are doing 25, right? So we started in 2023, right here in University of Ghana, CD Conference Hall. We didn't care about numbers. We're very happy. Then last year we were at the International Conference Hall, and we had a beautiful deputy chair being the guest speaker, and we learned a lot from her. And we are happy we are back again. The UN Women was here, but she had to go and return. Dr. Ifuansere. And then we very much
privileged this time to have our parliamentarians also joining us.
So what I have to say, this conference is for us. Let's have a beautiful time. Don't matter whatever comes or who doesn't come. Let's learn something. Let's take something back. Let's change the world around us. That is all we are coming to do. And I also want to pass since 3 years now. Professor Joe, we are happy to have you again. We have our Nigerian colleagues led by Dr. Let me remember your name. Virginia, please, Nigerians, let's see you. All of you be on your feet. Those of us from Nigeria, yes, they are here. And Ghana, all across the country, please have a seat. So we have great
international participation.
So the meeting organizing all the challenges, but the most important thing is 20th November is here, and we are all here to have a successful conference. So all of you are welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Mrs. Bauchi. A round of applause for her. Next time, please Momo, so I can get the alert early. Would want to take a very sweet, melodious sounds from the Royal Hill Choral, and then once we are done, I'll acknowledge those who ought to be acknowledged, and then we'll take some brief remarks, and then we zoom to the panel discussion. Thank you.
Samples everywhere, and we all should give them equal right, and we all should highlight them and give them equal right. We must examples everywhere, and we all should highlight them and give them equal right, and we all should highlight them and give them equal right. Both men and women are great and history in all segments, all segments together. Both men and women are great and history in all segments, all segments together.
Gender equality is not only a fundamental human right, but necessary foundation for peace. All nations need to value the every gender equally, to progress out of our right place. Child marriage and female genital mutilation of declining the recent years. Both men and women are creating a story. All segments together. Child marriage and female genital mutilation of declining the recent years. Both men and women are creating history. All segments together. Advancing gender equality needs healthy society, reducing poverty and promote health, education, protection, and the well-being of girls and boys. Advancing gender equality needs healthy society, reducing poverty and promote health, education, protection, and the well-being of girls and boys.
Thank you very much, Royal Hill Choir. Another round of applause for them, please.
Hi, welcome to the third international.
Do us the honors by introducing the Queen Mothers we have present. Of course, we should clap for the one coming clap for her. That introduction comes for the introduction to us.
Hello, good morning. Madam Chair. Nanano. Please, here to introduce the Queen Mothers.
So we have the Asomka Hemia of Edukom. That's Ohemia Odia Sempa Abna Yeboa Okane the first. We also have in our midst the Agona Bobikuma traditional area. That's a central region. Her name is Nanaya Sama II. We also have in our midst the Akwemuhimia, Nana Efua Ojiwa of the Ekwapim traditional area. We also have Nasi Awobunako from the Efutu traditional area. She's the Tufuhimia of the Efutu traditional area. And we have Nana Tiasawa III from the Achinim Elimina traditional area. Then myself, Nanaya Ekuya Adepa. And the Ekwapim Adonting Gwantwa Mebahema. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We want to have brief remarks. Maybe the way I pronounce the word brief, but if you pay attention to it in caps, so it means that there's an emphasis on brief. So please, when you have the microphone, be brief. Thank you very much. So we want to have the Queen Mothers who would want to give us brief remarks. Come for the mic. Any of you who want to give us a brief remark, the Queen Mothers, we want to start with you. All right, thank you. Please come for a round of applause for them.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, I should say. The name is Ohimia Udiasempa Abina Ayabia Okani the First. This morning, I'm really impressed. Just that we should have been able to get more people to get the information that have been given, so we can run with it, because it's all about the gender equality, and to also embrace and support women to be able to get to the position that we require or want to get to. Besides, there's one thing I want to put across. If women will stop bickering, fighting among ourselves, and running in marriages, businesses, groups, and families, I believe will go far, because the pace or the platform has been given. Now, when you look at Ghana, we've been able to get a vice president who is a woman, which means the chain or the platform is run high. So I encourage all women to fight and leave all the things and grasp opportunities that we've been given to run with, so that in the next year, by this time, we'll get more people. And also when we get to politics, when it comes to any woman you see on any platform or any area where we have to support or vote for, irrespective of their educational background or status, we should support and help them to be able to take the platform. Thank you very much. Good morning.
Thank you very much, Nana. Maybe another slot for the Queen Mothers. Round of applause for them. Any other slot? Any other? Okay, probably the last slot. Round of applause for her. So the trick is, I'm holding the microphone for you. If I get tired, I take it off.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Madam Chair, Nananom, and everybody present here. I just decided to say something. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, and fellow advocates for gender equality. The theme of this conference, Charting New Frontiers, resonates deeply as we gather to advance gender equality in developing economies. The Beijing Declaration plus 30 provides a critical background for our discussion. As we navigate the complexity of gender equality, we recognize the progress made, the challenges that persist, and the opportunities ahead. We must be proud of ourselves today and collaborate innovation and grassroots engagement to drive meaningful change. Let us commit to dismantling barriers, amplifying, magnifying voices, and fostering inclusive societies where all individuals thrive. Together we can chart a future where gender equality is a reality, not a distant goal. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Round of applause for her. I know some of you want my comments, but I'm reserving my comments so that I do not offend the gods. Please, we have Professor Kayode Oyebode Adebowale, Vice Chancellor, University of Ibadan here. So please do us the honors. Of course, brief is brief. Brief is brief. I see Prof is holding a paper. I hope she's not reading a speech.
Very brief.
Brief is brief. Thank you.
Thank you. I stand or I adopt the existing protocol, manners. I bring this goodwill message from the Vice Chancellor, University of Ibadan. My name is Professor Molade Olomola, but I am representing my Vice Chancellor, Professor Kayode Oyebode. Professor Kayode Adebowale. It is with immense pleasure and a deep sense of commitment that I extend the warmest fraternal greetings from the University of Ibadan community to the organizers, distinguished guests, speakers, and all participants of this third International Conference on Gender Equality. The theme of this year's conference, Charting the New Frontier to Advance Gender Equality in Developing Economies in Post-30 Years Beijing Declaration, is both timely and critically important. 3 decades after the landmark Beijing Declaration, this gathering provides a crucial platform to take stock of the progress made, critically assess the persistent setbacks, and reinvigorate our collective will to achieve the ambitious goals we set for ourselves. The University of Ibadan, as a premier institution of learning and research in Africa, recognizes that the empowerment of women and girls is inextricably linked to the sustainable development of our continent and all developing economies. We note with concern that despite the undeniable strides in areas like education and legal protection, the world is on track to achieve gender equality by 2030. The sobering statistics from the $1.7 trillion global gender credit gap to the disproportionate burden of unpaid care work on women and the unacceptably high rates of gender-based violence underscore the urgency of our mission. We cannot afford to wait another century for equality in leadership, nor can we accept the 355 million women and girls could still be living in extreme poverty by 2030. The University of Ibadan has a gender mainstreaming office, and I'm glad to share that the coordinator is right here with us, and she gave the keynote address, which has been at the forefront of gender research and advocacy in Nigeria. And it also focuses on gender equity and gender justice. We have moved from gender equality, gender equity to gender justice. This conference, with its focus on actionable outcomes and cross-sector collaboration, is precisely the kind of forum needed to drive tangible change. And by bridging the gap between global policy and local realities, and by amplifying diverse voices from academia, government, civil society, and private sector, we can begin to dismantle the systemic barriers that hinder progress. I extend my heartfelt commendation to all partner organizations for your steadfast dedication to this cause. Your work in creating a premier platform for knowledge exchange and advocacy is invaluable. And to all participants, I urge you to use these days of dialogue to forge strong partnerships, share innovative solutions, and develop a clear, actionable roadmap for the future. Let us leave this conference not only with a renewed sense of purpose, but also with a concrete plan to translate our discussions into meaningful action in our respective communities and institutions. The University of Ibadan reaffirms its commitment to advancing gender equality through our academic programs, research initiatives, and institutional policies. We stand ready to collaborate in this noble endeavor. I wish you a profoundly insightful, productive, and successful conference. Professor Kayode Adebowale, MNI FRSC FAS, Vice Chancellor, University of Ibadan. Thank you.
Well. I know the Guinness Book of Record will take this as the most brief remarks. Another round of applause for her. She traveled very far to come and deliver a very brief. So we should appreciate it. Another one for Prof again, please. Of course, we have other brief remarks to take, but then I would have to truncate that briefly so that we can acknowledge the presence of the Honorable Minister for Gender. I know there's some other children, and so let me be sure. The Honorable Minister for Gender, Children, and Social Protection. We haven't changed it. Okay, it's been like that for a while. Yes, for some years now. The Honorable Dr. Nan Momo Latte, she's here. Please acknowledge her very well. She's a hard-working minister. I know she's also a member of parliament for one of the constituencies in Accra. Constituency in Accra. Of course, she is our special guest, and she has the right and all the privileges attached to address us. And so, Madam Minister, is it too early? Do you want to rest? You can come. Okay. So another round of applause for her so that she listen to her.
The Right Honorable Conference Chair, the co-chairs of the Planning Committee, our esteemed Queen Mothers, President of I Believe Global Foundation, guests, special guests, distinguished speakers and participants from around the world, members of Parliament here present, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. I hope it's still good morning. Okay, I still have the morning, so good morning. It is an honor to join you at this very important global gathering, which provides us with the opportunity to take stock of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action nearly 30 years after its adoption. The theme, Charting the Next Frontier, post 30 years of Beijing Declaration, harnessing stakeholder collaboration in driving innovation to advance gender equality in developing economies, is timely, relevant, and deeply aligned with Ghana's national vision. The Beijing platform remains one of the most progressive global compacts on women's empowerment. Yet it has also been one of the most misunderstood, often wrongly interpreted as an attempt for women to seek dominance over men. It is important to reaffirm here that the declaration never rejected the role of men in society. Rather, it called for equal opportunities, dignity, and full participation of women and girls. The platform highlighted 12 critical areas of concern, many of which continue to shape policy reform and developing economies, including Ghana. The first one is women and poverty. Historically, women in developing countries have been excluded from economic participation, denied credit, and restricted to unpaid care roles. Today, that trajectory is changing. Under the leadership of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, Ghana is establishing the Women's Development Bank, a specialized institution and vehicle that will provide accessible financing, business support, and tailored products for women entrepreneurs. This marks a major milestone in expanding women's economic independence. The second one is education and training of women. Ghana has made notable strides achieving near gender parity in primary school enrollment and witnessing sustained growth in female participation at secondary and tertiary levels. Our universities continue to offer targeted STEM scholarship for women, and national policy reforms have opened the doors for more girls to access higher education without discrimination. The launch of the free tertiary education policy for persons with disability also affords women with disabilities the opportunity to attain higher education, since the situation makes them extra vulnerable. Women's health. Under the last 3 decades, women's health outcomes in Ghana have significantly improved. Investments in maternal health infrastructure, increased antenatal coverage, and social protection interventions have helped reduce maternal mortality. The BEIJING process created global awareness that continues to energize national policy. Eliminating violence against women. Ghana is a signatory to key international conventions against gender-based violence. Violence against women, whether physical, psychological, or economical, remains unacceptable. Women are created with the same dignity and value as men. Therefore, abuse in any form must be condemned and prosecuted. Through the Domestic Violence Act, child protection systems, and the community sensitization, Ghana continues to strengthen its response mechanisms. Women and armed conflict. Women and children disproportionately suffer in times of conflict. Ghana's efforts under the Women, Peace and Security Agenda, including the National Action Plan, Ghana 2, promotes the participation of women in peace processes, protect their rights during conflict, and prevent gender-based violence. Public education, training of queen mothers, and increased deployment of women in peacekeeping missions underscores our commitment to this agenda. Women and the economy. Women contribute significantly to national development, yet access to finance, market opportunities, and business tools remain challenging. Ghana is addressing these through the Women's Development Bank, a directive that 50% of Maslock loans be allocated to women, skills and vocational training for young women, integration of gender concerns into trade policies. These interventions ensure that women move from periphery of economic activities to the center of national development. The seventh one is the women in power and decision making. Despite constituting more than half of registered voters, African women remain underrepresented in political leadership. In Ghana, although progress is gradual, the current government has appointed a record number of women to ministerial, especially CEO roles, and Ghana now proudly has its first female vice president after over 60 years. These are not symbolic gestures. They are structural commitments to gender-balanced governance. The eighth one is institutional mechanisms. Ghana has strengthened its institutional framework for gender equality through the Affirmative Action Gender Equity Act 2024, Act 1121, which targets 50% representation of women in public bodies by 2034. A comprehensive national gender policy, a new national gender strategy, and an ongoing development of implementing regulation for Act 1121. These structures lay a strong foundation for gender-responsive national development. Human rights of women. The Beijing Declaration reaffirmed that women's rights are human rights. Ghana continues to fight harmful practices, including child marriage, FGM, and discriminatory inheritance practices through legislation, enforcement, and community engagement. I want to say that under women and the media, women and environment, and the girl child, these pillars remain central to Ghana's development agenda. The girl child in particular is prioritized through free compulsory universal basic education, capitation grant, free senior high school policy, school re-entry policy for pregnant girls. These interventions seek to break cycles of poverty and inequality by ensuring that no girl is left behind. As we mark 30 years of the Beijing Declaration, this conference offers a valuable opportunity to re-examine progress, address persistent gaps, and correct long-standing misconceptions. Stakeholder collaborations, academia, civil society, development partners, traditional authorities, and government is essential as we chart the next frontier for gender equality. I commend the I Believe Global Foundation and all partners for creating this platform. I extend warm greetings to Right Honorable Sarah Westcott Williams and welcome her to Ghana. I also want to encourage us to continue working together to ensure that equality becomes not an aspiration, but a lived reality for all. I thank you for your kind attention.
Shall we please do for the honor of the minister, a standing ovation of appropriate. Please do that for her. Let's give her a standing ovation. Another round of applause for her. Please do it together for the honorable minister. Honorable Dr. Agnes Namomulati. Of course, to say we are excited to have her is an understatement. Of course, I mean, those of you who have been with us for the past 2 years knows that for a very important, of course this is the third year, for a very important conference as this, we always get representation from the Ministry of Gender. And today we have the minister herself in our midst. And so please give it up for her. And so we're excited to have her join us. And so we want to capture this memorable day. And so I would ask you to kindly join us, the minister, together with our chairperson and the dignitaries in the one and the second row. So we capture this moment. And so let's have a group photograph. The photographers, do we climb up or we stay somewhere here? We should climb up. So please come to the stage. Let's have the... Yes, please, come this way. So we'll take instruction from the photographer. I know that women, they say only take instructions from photographers. So we'll take instruction from the photographer. All right, so let's have the minister, the honorable speaker, and then the Queen Mothers can join. Let's have the officials of I Believe Global join first. Then when we are done, we can have the speakers. If you are a speaker for today's program, you can join when we are done. When the Queen Mothers leave us, the speakers can join. Is it possible to put off any of the light? Or well, the photographers tell us if the light is okay, we can. Okay, all right. It's a projector, okay. So once they are done, those seated, please remain seated. We can have the Queen Mothers exit, and then the I Believe Global Prof. Dr. Jomina, please do not go. You can stay. Let's have the speakers join them. Let's have the conference speakers join them now. Let's have the conference speakers join them. When we are done, the rest of you want the photo opportunity with the minister, you can see me. But of course, I can grant you that privilege as well. All right, so are we done? So once we are done, those seated can remain seated, those standing can all exit, and then the participants can join. All right, so let's have, are we done? Those seated, please continue seating. Let's have the participants join. Yes, I don't know. You don't want them to see that you are here. No, let's support our women. Be proud. Come out. The male, please come out and take the pictures as well. So I think that if you are yet to climb up, then please wait. If you are yet to climb up, please wait. If you are yet to climb up, please wait. Let's take this badge and then the rest of you can come. So please wait. Let's have this badge. Let's have this badge and the rest of you can come. So those seated, please respectfully keep seating. Let's have the rest leave us. And then those down, please join the stage. Please join the stage. If you are yet to take a picture, please join them. I'm sure there's a chance opportunity. Thank you very much. Alright, so after this, let's have I Believe Global members join them, so the rest can leave us. I Believe Global members, please join. I Believe Global members, please join after. I Believe Global members, please join. I Believe Global members, please join. Thank you very much. We are grateful, Madam Minister. The photographer, please come. The photographers.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad to welcome you all to the first international conference on gender equality right here in Ghana. This is a gathering dedicated to the theme Building Bridges, Charting the Course for Advancing Gender Equality in Developing Economy. It is truly an honor to have each and everyone here representing diverse perspectives, experiences, and shared commitment to catalyze the change on a global perspective.
The importance of conferences on gender, seminars and workshops on gender equality.
is as important as it were, because the issues are still persistent. And until the last woman is empowered, until the last girl is educated, we'll have to go at it every single time.
I think it's a very important conference because the issue of gender inequality is perhaps the most important development challenge that Africa, and I can say the world, face. So to have a conference that provides opportunity for experts, for activists, for politicians, for people from different walks of life to share their experiences, to discuss it, and to make sure that the issue of gender equality remains a priority, to mobilize government, to mobilize civil society, to prioritize SDG 5.
The conference, in my opinion, has been highly successful. We have learned a lot of things, we have networked, and we are going to form collaborations to be able to move this conversation to another level. And essentially to be able to encourage the young ones to be able to change the mindset of our parents and society, that women can do more than we can ever think.
Ghana needs this kind of conference to be able to bring women issues to the fore and ensure that women take their rightful position in the
Honorable
society.
Sarah. And our Queen Mothers, as well as the President, I believe, Global, and Professor Mrs. Smiling, DC. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a message, goodwill message from Vice Chancellor of Ladoke Akintola University of Technology, Ogbomoso, Nigeria, Professor Rom Razak Olatunde Rom Kalilu. It is with a profound sense of historic responsibility and unwavering optimism that I extend the fullest and most enthusiastic support of Ladoke Akintola University of Technology to the 3rd International Conference on Gender Equality 2025. Your chosen team, charting the next frontier to advance gender equality in developing economies in post-30 years Beijing Declaration is not merely a topic for discussion. It is a critical and urgent call to action that resonates deeply with our institution's core mission and the pressing need of our continent and the wider developing world. On behalf of our Senate, Council, staff, and students, I commend your foresight in convening this pivotal gathering to take stock, reflect critically, and most importantly, map the ambition, yet pragmatic path forward. This conference is convened under the sober and clear-eyed recognition that the promise of Beijing remains for millions of women and girls profoundly unfulfilled. The next frontier of Beijing remains for millions of women and girls profoundly unfulfilled. The next frontier you speak of is not a new land to be discovered, but a complex terrain of persistent, evolving, and deeply entrenched barriers. Therefore, it is on this difficult and contested frontier that your conference will plant its flag. And for this courageous endeavor, you have our deepest respect and solidarity. First, as a center of knowledge production. Secondly, we strive to be a living laboratory for equitable practice. Thirdly, we act as bridge between global ideals and local realities. So I'm confident that the collective, I'm confident I'm confident that the collective intellect, experience, and courage assembled at your conference is equal to this formidable task and will provide crucial coordinates for the next leg of our journey. In conclusion, Ladoke Akintola University of Technology stand in full partnership with you as you embark on this critical endeavor. We wish you a conference transmissive in its outcomes. May your deliberation be incisive, your collaboration be fruitful, and your collective resolve the unshakable, the roadmap, the road ahead. The road ahead is long but guided by the legacy of BEIJING and the clear-hearted vision of gatherings such as this, where we advance together. With high esteem and warmest regard, Professor Razak Olatunde Romkarelu, Vice Chancellor, Ladoke Akintola University of Technology. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Round of applause for her. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to plead with all of us to follow Madam Speaker to the front of the building where there's a banner there for us to have a group photograph of all of us. Once we are done, 2 minutes, we'll come back to the hall to continue. Thank you very much. 2 minutes. The minister is outside.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm glad to welcome you all to the first international conference on gender equality right here in Ghana. This is a gathering dedicated to the theme Building Bridges, Charting the Course for Advancing Gender Equality in Developing Economy. It is truly an honor to have each and everyone here representing diverse perspectives, experiences, and shared commitment to catalyzing a change on a global perspective.
The importance of conferences on gender, seminars and workshops on gender equality is as important as it were, because the issues are still persistent. And until the last woman is empowered, until the last girl is educated, we'll have to go at it every single time.
I think it's a very important conference because the issue of gender inequality is perhaps the most important development challenge that Africa, and I can say the world, face. So to have a conference that provides opportunity for experts, for activists, for politicians, for people from different walks of life to share their experiences, to discuss it, and to make sure that the issue of gender equality remains a priority, to mobilize government, to mobilize civil society, to prioritize SDG 5.
The conference, in my opinion, has been highly successful. We have learned a lot of things, we have networked, and we are going to form collaborations to be able to move this conversation to another level. And essentially, to be able to encourage the young ones to be able to change the mindset of our parents and society, that women can do more than we can ever think.
Ghana needs this kind of conference to be able to bring women issues to the fore and ensure that women take their rightful position in the society, and they can also contribute meaningfully to issues and to developmental goals of Ghana.
This particular conference is very relevant, and I hope that next year they will come back to reorganize it to have the second edition.
To achieve gender equality in the Sub-Sahara is going to take many years, and therefore we decided to come out with a cutting-edge conference where we will have experts, researchers, developers all under one forum to discuss how we can fast-track gender equality. And I think that through this conference, the perspective shared, the contribution that made, I think that our aim for this conference is achieved. And I'm happy.
it's very important that we take the issue of gender equality very seriously, because in every country all over the world, even in Ghana here, women form the majority of the population. So they must be included in every sector of life, on the boards and also at the decision-making level.
So this year's theme, From Vision to Reality, catalyzing sustainable gender equality in developing economy, was emerged from the discussions that were shared last year, that there was a need in implementation strategies for gender equality initiatives.
Gender equality!
I think it's important to start with the youngest people, with children. They are more open to change than elder people. It has to be a question that has to be embraced by everybody in a country, both men and women. But of course it will take time, because changing mentalities always takes time. It's mandatory to change this mentality, to put for mankind to look at men and women as at the same level.
What we did for this year's conference was to pull participants across diverse sociocultural backgrounds to come together, to engage in discussions, share knowledge, collaborate, and come out with strategic and innovative solutions that can advance gender equality.
I believe global. We believe in identify great mentors, transgenerational mentors in all the sectors that can be able to mentor the young ones, the school children, those in the second cycle, to encourage them, even from the junior high school, to go into the STEM and also TVET areas. The male-dominated areas, women are doing so well in them, but most other girls are not aware. So when we identify mentors and role models in those various areas, they can be able to advise, groom the young ones, and tell them that it's doable. We can have big-time women contractors, IT gurus, big sectors that we think that in mining and gas and oil and all the sectors that we think that women will not be able to work in, and also leadership position. So that is what we are doing. That's a program that we are embarking on.
This forum has challenged practitioners. We have to be more technological oriented and know the scope of it and its utilization and application, so we can use it to articulate results and use the results to influence policy and programs and change in behavior and more accountability in place, because then there will be evidence-based approaches of doing development work. You can see there is meaning, more meaning to the young people in this conference of relevance of change in development, because they are ready. So I think the conference has been very useful and participation has been professional.
So I believe it's been an amazing conference where we've had a lot of presentations, diverse on gender, on health. The interaction and the feedback afterwards was amazing. So I believe that generally it's been a very good conference, and people have really appreciated and given us very good feedback. So we hope to see you next year. We really are expecting you with even better papers and presentations.
The second conference on gender equality has been highly successful. We had over 300 delegates, and most importantly, we had most of the delegates that were with us last year, meaning that they actually benefited from it, and they are ready to learn more for what we have done. So the networking has been excellent. We have formed new network that we are going to groom ourselves and
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm glad to welcome you all to the first international conference on gender equality right here in Ghana. This is a gathering dedicated to the theme Building Bridges, Charting the Course for Advancing Gender Equality in Developing Economy. It is truly an honor to have each and everyone here representing diverse perspectives, experiences, and shared commitment to catalyzing a change on a global perspective.
The importance of conferences on gender, seminars and workshops on gender equality is as important as it were, because the issues are still persistent. And until the last woman is empowered, until the last girl is educated, we'll have to go at it every single time.
I think it's a very important conference because the issue of gender inequality is perhaps the most important development challenge that Africa, and I can say the world, face. So to have a conference that provides opportunity for experts, for activists, for politicians, for people from different walks of life to share their experiences, to discuss it, and to make sure that the issue of gender equality remains a priority, to mobilize government, to mobilize civil society, to prioritize SDG 5.
The conference, in my opinion, has been highly successful. We have learned a lot of things, we have networked, and we are going to form collaborations to be able to move this conversation to another level, and essentially to be able to encourage the young ones to be able to change the mindset of our parents and society, that women can do more than we can ever think.
Ghana needs this kind of conference to be able to bring women issues to the fore and ensure that women take their rightful position in the society, and they can also contribute meaningfully to issues and to developmental goals of Ghana.
This particular conference is very relevant, and I hope that next year they will come back to reorganize it to have the second edition.
To achieve gender equality in the Sub-Sahara is going to take many years, and therefore we decided to come out with a cutting-edge conference where we will have experts, researchers, developers all under one forum to discuss how we can fast-track gender equality. And I think that through this conference, the perspective shared, the contribution that made, I think that our aim for this conference is achieved, and I'm happy. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm glad to welcome you all to the first international conference on gender equality right here in Ghana. This is a gathering dedicated to the theme Building Bridges, Charting the Course for Advancing Gender Equality in Developing Economy. It is truly an honor to have each and everyone here representing diverse perspectives, experiences, and shared commitment to catalyzing a change on a global perspective.
The importance of conferences on gender, seminars and workshops on gender equality is as important as it were, because the issues are still persistent. And until the last woman is empowered, until the last girl is educated, we'll have to go at it every single time.
I think it's a very important conference because the issue of gender inequality is perhaps the most important development challenge that Africa, and I can say the world, face. So to have a conference that provides opportunity for experts, for activists, for politicians, for people from different walks of life to share their experiences, to discuss it, and to make sure that the issue of gender equality remains a priority, to mobilize government, to mobilize civil society, to prioritize SDG 5.
The conference, in my opinion, has been highly successful. We have learned a lot of things. We have networked, and we are going to form collaborations to be able to move this conversation to another level, and essentially to be able to encourage the young ones to be able to change the mindset of our parents and society, that women can do more than we can ever think.
Ghana needs this kind of conference to be able to bring women issues to the fore and ensure that women take their rightful position in the society, and they can also contribute meaningfully to issues and to developmental goals of Ghana.
This particular conference is very relevant, and I hope that next year they will come back to reorganize it to have the second edition.
To achieve gender equality in the Sub-Sahara is going to take many years. And therefore, we decided to come out with a cutting-edge conference where we will have experts, researchers, developers, all under one forum to discuss how we can fast-track gender equality. And I think that through this conference, the perspective shared, the contribution that made, I think that our aim for this conference is achieved. And I'm happy. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm glad to welcome you all to the first international conference on gender equality right here in Ghana. This is a gathering dedicated to the theme Building Bridges, Charting the Course for Advancing Gender Equality in Developing Economy. It is truly an honor to have each and everyone here representing diverse perspectives, experiences, and shared commitment to catalyzing a change on the global perspective.
The importance of conferences on gender, seminars and workshops on gender equality is as important as it were, because the issues are still persistent. And until the last woman is empowered, until the last girl is educated, we'll have to go at it every single time.
I think it's a very important conference because the issue of gender inequality is perhaps the most important development challenge that Africa, and I can say the world, face. So to have a conference that provides opportunity for experts, for activists, for politicians, for people from different walks of life to share their experiences, to discuss it, and to make sure that the issue of gender equality remains a priority, to mobilize government, to mobilize civil society, to prioritize SDG 5.
The conference, in my opinion, has been highly successful. We have learned a lot of things, we have networked, and we are going to form collaborations to be able to move this conversation to another level, and essentially to be able to encourage the young ones to be able to change the mindset of our parents and society, that women can do more than we can ever think.
Ghana needs this kind of conference to be able to bring women issues to the fore and ensure that women take their rightful position in the society, and they can also contribute meaningfully to issues and to developmental goals of Ghana.
I hope that next year they will come back to reorganize it to have the second edition.
To achieve gender equality in the Sub-Sahara is going to take many years. And therefore, we decided to come out with a cutting-edge conference where we will have experts, researchers, developers, all under one forum to discuss how we can fast-track gender equality. And I think that through this conference, the perspective shared, the contribution that made, I think that our aim for this conference is achieved. And I'm happy. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad to welcome you all to the first international conference on gender equality right here in Ghana. This is a gathering dedicated to the theme Building Bridges, Charting the Course for Advancing Gender Equality in Developing Economy. It is truly an honor to have each and everyone here representing diverse perspectives, experiences, and shared commitment to catalyzing a change on a global perspective.
The importance of conferences on gender, seminars and workshops on gender equality is as important.
The conference, in my opinion, has been highly successful. The conference, in my opinion, has been highly successful. We have learned a lot of things, we have networked, and we are going to form collaborations to be able to move this conversation to another level, and essentially to be able to encourage the youth.
To achieve gender equality in the Sub-Sahara is going to take many years, and therefore we decided to come out with a cutting-edge conference where we will have experts.
It's very important that we take the issue of gender equality very seriously, because in every country all over the world, even in Ghana here, women form the majority of the population. So they must be included in every sector of life, on the boards and also at the decision-making level.
So this year's theme, From Vision to Reality, catalyzing sustainable gender equality in developing economy, was made from the discussions that were shared last year, that there was a need in implementation strategies for gender equality initiatives.
Gender equality!
I think it's important to start with youngest people, with children. They are more open to change than elder people. It has to be a question that has to be embraced by everybody in the country, both men and women. But of course it will take time, because changing mentalities always takes time. It's mandatory to change this mentality, to put for mankind to look at men and women as at the same level.
What we did for this year's conference was to pull participants across diverse socio-cultural backgrounds to come together, to engage in discussions, share knowledge, collaborate, and come out with strategic and innovative solutions that can advance gender equality.
I believe global. We believe in identify great mentors, transgenerational mentors in all the sectors that can be able to mentor the young ones, the school children, those in their second cycle, to encourage them, even from the junior high school, to go into the STEM and also TVET areas. The male-dominated areas, women are doing so well in them, but most other girls are not aware. So when we identify mentors and role models in those various areas, they can be able to advise, groom the young ones, and tell them that it's doable. We can have big-time women contractors, IT gurus, big sectors that we think that in mining and gas and oil and all the sectors that we think that women will not be able to work in, and also leadership position. So that is what we are doing. That's a program that we are embarking on.
This forum has challenged practitioners. We have to be more technological oriented and know the scope of it and its utilization and application, so we can use it to articulate results and use the results to influence policy and programs and change in behavior and more accountability in place, because then there will be evidence-based approaches of doing development work. You can see there is meaning, more meaning to the young people in this conference of relevance of change in development, because they are ready. So I think the conference has been very useful and participation has been professional.
believe it's been an amazing conference where we've had a lot of presentations, dived on gender, on health, the interaction and the feedback afterwards was amazing. So I believe that generally it's been a very good conference and people have really appreciated and given us very good feedback. So we hope to see you next year. We really are expecting you with even better papers and presentations.
The second conference on gender equality has been highly successful. We had over 300 delegates, and most importantly, we had most of the delegates that were with us last year, meaning that they actually benefited from it, and they are ready to learn more for what we have done. So the networking has been excellent. We have formed new network that we are going to groom ourselves and move up together. And we're happy to have very elderly citizens, great women that were with us, and they shared their life experiences, how they'll be able to make it with the young ones. They will be so much inspired and encouraged to move to another level. And we've also formed partnership.
To strengthen partnership, which we have done. We have signed MOU with Accra Technical University. We have also signed MOU with Portugal University and other civil society organizations. We have also established International Coalition for Gender Equality, activists and advocates. And also we have contributed to all the 17 goals of the Sustainable Development Goals. So these were our key objectives for the conference, and I think it's been achieved.
Another one is we've agreed that we are going to walk the talk. We have been talking so much. So we've agreed on proactive measures. We talk about the gender gap even in wealth creation. So we've agreed to embark on various entrepreneurial skills training projects. This project will enroll to equip some of the women that are not doing anything, or those who want to upgrade on their marketing, bookkeeping, accounting skills to be able to take their businesses to another level. We've established an Institute of Gender Research and Implementation Science, another big achievement at the conference. We are going to help women, especially those in academia, and a research institute embark on research. We will team up together to publish and get promotion and rise to higher levels. So we need you to understand that women are not coming to compete with you or to usurp your powers. We are saying that diversity brings sustainable development. In the boardroom, when we have females and males, we all bring our rich ideas together to bring development to our companies and the country as a whole. So it's very important. We need your support. We cannot do without the males. So bring us along, encourage us, network with us, and together we can contribute to the growth of our countries and develop the economies and the continent as a whole. Thank you very much. It's very important that we take the issue of gender equality very seriously, because in every country all over the world, even in Ghana here, women form the majority of the population. So they must be included in every sector of life, on the boards and also at the decision-making level.
So this year's theme, From Vision to Reality, catalyzing sustainable gender equality and developing economy, was emerged from the discussions that were shared last year, that there was a need in implementation strategies for gender equality initiatives.
Gender equality!
I think it's important to start with youngest people, with children. They are more open to change than elder people. It has to be a question that has to be embraced by everybody in the country, both men and women. But of course it will take time, because changing mentalities always takes time. It's mandatory to change this mentality, to put for mankind to look at men and women as at the same level.
What we did for this year conference was to pull participants across diverse sociocultural backgrounds to come together, to engage in discussions, share knowledge, collaborate, and come out with strategic and innovative solutions that can advance gender equality.
I believe global. We believe in identify great mentors, transgenerational mentors in all the sectors that can be able to mentor the young ones, the school children, those in the second cycle, to encourage them, even from the junior high school, to go into the STEM and also TVET areas, the male-dominated areas. Women are doing so well in them, but most other girls are not aware. So when we identify mentors and role models in those various areas, they can be able to eyes grown ones and tell them that it's doable. We can have big women contractors, IT gurus, and big sectors that we think that in mining and gas and oil and all the sectors that we think that women will not be able to work in, and also leadership position. So that is what we are doing. That's a program that we are embarking on.
This forum has challenged practitioners. We have to be more technological oriented and know the scope of it and its utilization and application, so we can use it to articulate results and use the results to influence policy and programs and change in behavior and more accountability in place, because then there will be evidence-based approaches of doing development work. You can see there is meaning, more meaning to the young people in this conference of relevance of change in development, because they are ready. So I think the conference has been very useful and participation has been professional.
I believe it's been an amazing conference where we've had a lot of presentations, diverse on gender, on health, the interaction and the feedback afterwards was amazing. So I believe that generally it's been a very good conference and people have really appreciated and given us very good feedback. So we hope to see you next year. We really are expecting you with even better papers and presentations.
The second conference on gender equality has been highly successful. We had over 300 delegates, and most importantly, we had most of the delegates that were with us last year, meaning that they actually benefited from it, and they are ready to learn more for what we have done. So the networking has been excellent. We have formed new network that we are going to groom ourselves and move up together. And we're happy to have very elder citizens, great that were with us, and they had their life experiences, how they'll be able to make it with the young ones. It will be so much inspired and encouraged to move to another level. And we've also formed partnership.
To strengthen partnership, which we have done, we have signed MOU with Accra Technical University. We have also signed MOU with Portugal University and other civil society organizations. We have also established International Coalition for Gender Equality, activists and advocates. And also we have contributed to all the 17 goals of the Sustainable Development Goals. So these were our key objectives for the conference, and I think it's been achieved.
Another one is we've agreed that we are going to walk the talk. We have been talking so much. So we've agreed on proactive measures. We talk about the gender gap even in wealth creation. So we've agreed to embark on various entrepreneurial skills training projects. This project will enroll to equip some of the women that are not doing anything, or those who want to upgrade on their marketing bookkeeping, accounting skills to be able to take their businesses to another level. We've established an Institute of Gender Research and Implementation Science, another big achievement at the conference. We are going to help women, especially those in academia, and a research institute to embark on research. We will team up together to publish and get promotion and rise to higher levels. So we need you to understand that women are not coming to compete with you or to usurp your powers. We are saying that diversity brings sustainable development. In the boardroom, where we have females and males, we all bring our rich ideas together to bring development to our companies and the country as a whole. So it's very important. We need your support. We cannot do without the males. So bring us along, encourage us, network with us, and together we can contribute to the growth of our countries and to develop the economies and the continent as a whole. Thank you very much. they'll be able to make it with the young ones. They will be so much inspired and encouraged to move to another level. And we've also formed partnership
to strengthen partnership, which we have done. We have signed MOU with Accra Technical University. We have also signed MOU with Portugal University and other civil society organizations. We have also established International Coalition for Gender Equality, activists and advocates. And also we have contributed to all the 17 goals of the Sustainable Development Goals. So these were our key objectives for the conference, and I think it's been achieved.
Another one is we've agreed that we are going to walk the talk. We have been talking so much. So we agreed on proactive measures. We talk about the gender gap even in wealth creation. So we've agreed to embark on various entrepreneurial skills training projects. This project will enroll to equip some of the women that are not doing anything or those who want to upgrade on their marketing, bookkeeping, accounting skills to be able to take their businesses to another level. We've established an Institute of Gender Research and Implementation Science. Another big achievement at the conference, we are going to help women, especially those in academia, and a research institute to embark on research. We will team up together to publish and get promotion and rise to higher levels. So we need you to understand that women are not committed with you or to usurp your powers. We are saying that diversity brings sustainable development. In the boardroom, when we have females and males, we all bring our rich ideas together to bring development to our companies and the country as a whole. So it's very important. We need your support. We cannot do without the males. So bring us along, encourage us, network with us, and together we can contribute to the growth of our countries and the developing economies and the continent as a whole. Thank you very much. It's very important that we take the issue of gender equality very seriously, because in every country all over the world, even in Ghana here, women form the majority of the population. So they must be included in every sector of life, on the boards and also at the decision-making level.
So this year's theme, From Vision to Reality, catalyzing sustainable gender equality and developing economy, was emerged from the discussions that were shared last year, that there was a need in implementation strategies for gender equality initiatives.
Gender equality!
I think it's important to start with the youngest people, with children. They are more open to change than elder people. It has to be a question that has to be embraced by everybody in the country, both men and women. But of course it will take time, because changing mentalities always takes time. It's mandatory to change this mentality for mankind to look at men and women as the same at the same level.
What we did for this year's conference was to pull participants across diverse socio-cultural backgrounds to come together, to engage in discussions, share knowledge, collaborate, and come out with strategic and innovative solutions that can advance gender equality.
I believe global. We believe in identify great mentors, transgenerational mentors in all the sectors that can be able to mentor the young ones, the school children, those in their second cycle, to encourage them even from the junior high school to go into the STEM and also TVET areas, the male-dominated areas. Women are doing so well in them. but most other girls are not aware. So when we identify mentors and role models in those various areas, they can be able to advise, groom the young ones, and tell them that it's doable. We can have big-time women contractors, IT gurus, big sectors that we think that in mining and gas and oil and all the sectors that we think that women will not be able to work in, and also leadership position. So that is what we are doing. That's a program that we are embarking on.
This forum has challenged practitioners. We have to be more technological oriented and know the scope of it and its utilization and application, so we can use it to articulate results and use the results to influence policy, programs, and changing behavior and more accountability in place, because then there will be evidence-based approaches of doing development work. You can see there is meaning, more meaning to the young people in this conference of relevance of change in development, because they are ready. So I think the conference has been very useful and participation has been professional.
I believe it's been an amazing conference where we've had a lot of presentations, diverse on gender, on health, the interaction and the feedback afterwards was amazing. So I believe that generally it's been a very good conference and people have really appreciated and given us very good feedback. So we hope to see you next year. We really are expecting you with even better papers and presentations.
The second conference on gender equality has been highly successful. We had over 300 delegates, and most importantly, we had most of the delegates that were with us last year, meaning that they actually benefited from it, and they are ready to learn more for what we have done. So the networking has been excellent. We have formed new network that we are going to groom ourselves and move up together. And we're happy to have very elderly citizens, great women that were with us, and they shared their life experiences, how they'll be able to make it with the young ones. And we'll be so much inspired and encouraged to move to another level. And we've also formed partnership.
To strengthen partnership, which we have done, we have signed MOU with Accra Technical University. We have also signed MOU with Portugal University and other civil society organizations. We have also established International Coalition for Gender Equality, activists and advocates. And also we have contributed to all the 17 goals of the Sustainable Development Goals. So these were our key objectives for the conference, and I think it's been achieved.
Another one is we've agreed that we are going to walk the talk. We have been talking so much. So we've agreed on proactive measures. We talk about the gender gap even in wealth creation. So we've agreed to embark on various entrepreneurial skills training projects. This project will enroll to equip some of the women that are not doing anything, or those who want to upgrade on their marketing, bookkeeping, accounting skills to be able to take their businesses to another level. We've established an Institute on Gender Research and Implementation Science. Another big achievement at the conference. We are going to help women, especially those in academia, and a research institute to embark on research. We will team up together to publish and get promotion and rise to higher levels. So we need you to understand that women are not coming to compete with you or to usurp your powers. We are saying that diversity brings sustainable development. In the boardroom, when we have females and males, we all bring our rich ideas together to bring development to our companies and the country as a whole. So it's very important. We need your support. We cannot do without the males. So bring us along, encourage us, network with us, and together we can contribute to the growth of our countries and the developing economies and the continent as a whole. Thank you very much. It's very important that we take the issue of gender equality very seriously, because in every country all over the world, even in Ghana here, women form the majority of the population. So they must be included in every sector of life, on the boards and also at the decision-making level.
So this year's theme, From Vision to Reality, catalyzing sustainable gender equality in developing economy, was emerged from the discussions that were shared last year, that there was a need in implementation strategies for gender equality initiatives.
Gender equality!
I think it's important to start with the youngest people, with children. They are more open to change than elder people. It has to be a question that has to be embraced by everybody in the country, both men and women. But of course it will take time, because changing mentalities always takes time. It's mandatory to change this mentality, to put for mankind to look at men and women as at the same level.
What we did for this year conference was to pull participants across diverse sociocultural backgrounds to come together, to engage in discussions, share knowledge, collaborate, and come out with strategic and innovative solutions that can advance gender equality.
I believe global. We believe in identify great mentors, transgenerational mentors in all the sectors that can be able to mentor the young ones, the school children, those in the second cycle, to encourage them even from the junior high school to go into the STEM and also TVET areas. The male-dominated areas, women are doing so well in them, but most other girls are not aware. So when we identify mentors and role models in those various areas, they can be able to advise, groom the ones, and tell them that we can have big-time women contractors, IT gurus, big sectors that we think that in mining and gas and oil and all the sectors that we think that women will not be able to work in, and also leadership position. So that is what we are doing. That's a program that we are embarking on.
This forum has challenged practitioners. We have to be more technological oriented and know the scope of it and its utilization and application, so we can use it to articulate results and use the results to influence policy and programs and change in behavior and more accountability in place, because then there will be evidence-based approaches of doing development work. You can see there is more meaning to the young people in this conference of relevance of change in development, because they are ready. So I think the conference has been very useful and participation has been professional.
I believe it's been an amazing conference where we've had a lot of presentations, diverse on gender, on health. The interaction and the feedback afterwards was amazing. So I believe that generally it's been a very good conference and people have really appreciated and given us very good feedback. So we hope to see you next year. We really are expecting you with even better papers and presentations.
The second conference on gender equality has been highly successful. We had over 300 delegates, and most importantly, we had most of the delegates that were with us last year. meaning that they actually benefited from it, and they are ready to learn more for what we have done. So the networking has been excellent. We have formed new network that we are going to groom ourselves and move up together. And we're happy to have very elderly citizens, great women that were with us, and they shared their life experiences, how they'll be able to make it with the young ones. It will be so much inspired and encouraged to move to another level. And we've also formed partnership.
To strengthen partnership, which we have done, we have signed MOU with Accra Technical University. We have also signed MOU with Portugal University and other civil society organizations. We have also established International Coalition for Gender Equality, activists and advocates. And also we have contributed to all the 17 goals of the Sustainable Development Goals. So these were our key objectives for the conference, and I think it's been achieved.
Another one is we've agreed that we are going to walk the talk. We have been talking so much. So we've agreed on proactive measures. We talk about the gender gap even in wealth creation. So we've agreed to embark on various entrepreneurial skills training projects. This project will enroll to equip some of the women that are not doing anything, or those who want to upgrade on their marketing, bookkeeping, accounting skills to be able to take their businesses to another level. We've established an Institute of Gender Research and Implementation Science. Another big achievement at the conference. We are going to help women, especially those in academia, and a research institute to embark on research. We will team up together to publish and get promotion and rise to higher levels. So we need you to understand that women are not coming to compete with you or to usurp your powers. We are saying that diversity brings sustainable development. In the boardroom, when we have females and males, we all bring our rich ideas together to bring development to our companies and the country as a whole. So it's very important. We need your support. We cannot do without the males. So bring us along, encourage us, network with us, and together we can contribute to the growth of our countries and develop the economies and the continent as a whole. Thank you very much. It's very important that we take the issue of gender equality very seriously, because in every country all over the world, even in Ghana here, women form the majority of the population. So they must be included in every sector of life, on the boards and also at the decision-making level.
So this year's theme, From Vision to Reality, catalyzing sustainable gender equality and developing economy, was emerged from the discussions that were shared last year, that there was a need in implementation strategies for gender equality initiatives.
Gender equality!
I think it's important to start with youngest people, with children. They are more open to change than elder people. It has to be a question that has to be embraced by everybody in the country, both men and women. But of course it will take time, because changing mentalities always takes time. It's mandatory to change this mentality, to put for mankind to look at men and women as at the same level.
What we did for this year's conference was to pull participants across diverse sociocultural backgrounds to come together, to engage in discussions, share knowledge, collaborate, and come out with strategic and innovative solutions that can advance gender equality.
I believe global. We believe in identify great mentors, transgenerational mentors in all the sectors, that can be able to mentor the young ones, the school children, those in the second cycle, to encourage them, even from the junior high school, to go into the STEM and also TVET areas. The male-dominated areas, women are doing so well in them, but most other girls are not aware. So when we identify mentors and role models in those various areas, they can be able to advise, groom the young ones, and tell them that it's doable. We can have big-time women contractors, IT gurus, big sectors that we think that in mining and gas and oil and all the sectors that we think that women will not be able to work in, and also leadership position. So that is what we are doing. That's a program that we are embarking on.
This forum has challenged practitioners. We have to be more technological oriented and know the scope of it and its utilization and application, so we can use it to articulate results and use the results to influence policy and programs and change in behavior and more accountability in place, because then there will be evidence-based approaches of doing development work. You can see there is more meaning to the young people in this conference of relevance of change in development, because they are ready. So I think the conference has been very useful and participation has been professional.
I believe it's been an amazing conference where we've had a lot of presentations, diverse on gender, on health, the interaction and the feedback afterwards was amazing. So I believe that generally it's been a very good conference and people have really appreciated and given us very good feedback. So we hope to see you next year. We really are expecting you with even better papers and presentations.
The second conference on gender equality has been highly successful. We had over 300 delegates, and most importantly, we had most of the delegates that were with us last year, meaning that they actually benefited from it, and they are ready to learn more for what we have done. So the networking has been excellent. We have formed new network that we are going to groom ourselves and move up together. And we're happy to have very elderly citizens, great women that were with us, and they shared their life experiences, how they'll be able to make it with the young ones. It will be so much inspired and encouraged to move to another level. And we've also formed partnership.
To strengthen partnership, which we have done. We have signed MOU with Accra Technical University. We have also signed MOU with Portugal University and other civil society organizations. We have also established International Coalition for Gender Equality, activists and advocates. And also we have contributed to all the 17 goals of the Sustainable Development Goals. So these were our key objectives for the conference, and I think it's been achieved.
Another one is we've agreed that we are going to walk the talk. We have been talking so much. So we've agreed on proactive measures. We talk about the gender gap in wealth creation. So we've agreed to embark on various entrepreneurial skills training projects. This project will enroll to equip some of the women that are not doing anything, or those who want to upgrade on their marketing, bookkeeping, accounting skills to be able to take their businesses to another level. We've established an Institute of Gender Research and Implementation Science. Another big achievement at the conference. We are going to help women, especially those in academia, and a research institute to embark on research. We will team up together to publish and get promotion and rise to higher levels. So we need you to understand that women are not coming to compete with you or to usurp your powers. We are saying that diversity brings sustainable development. In the boardroom, when we have females and males, we all bring our rich ideas together to bring development to our companies and the country as a whole. So it's very important. We need your support. We cannot do without the meals. So bring us along, encourage us, network with us, and together we can contribute to the growth of our countries and develop economies and the continent as a whole. Thank you very much. It's very important that we take the issue of gender equality very seriously, because in every country all over the world, even in Ghana here, women form the majority of the population. So they must be included in every sector of life, on the boards and also at the decision-making level.
So this year's theme, From Vision to Reality, catalyzing sustainable gender equality and developing economy, was emerged from the discussions that were shared last year, that there was a need in implementation strategies for gender equality initiatives.
Gender equality!
I think it's important to start with youngest people, with children. They are more open to change than elder people. It has to be a question that has to be embraced by everybody in the country, both men and women. But of course it will take time, because changing mentalities always takes time. It's mandatory to change this mentality, to put for mankind to look at men and women as at the same level.
What we did for this year's conference was to pull participants across diverse sociocultural backgrounds to come together, to engage in discussions, share knowledge, collaborate, and come out with strategic and innovative solutions that can advance gender equality.
I believe global. We believe in identify great mentors, transgenerational mentors in all the sectors that can be able to mentor the young ones, the school children, those in the second cycle, to encourage them, even from the junior high school, to go into the STEM and also TVET areas. The male-dominated areas, women are being so well in them, but most other girls are not aware. So when we identify mentors and role models in those various areas, they can be able to advise, groom the young ones, and tell them that it's doable. We can have big-time women contractors, IT gurus, big sectors that we think that in mining and gas and oil and all the sectors that we think that women will not be able to work in, and also leadership position. So that is what we are doing. That's a program that we are embarking on.
This forum has challenged practitioners. We have to be more technological oriented and know the scope of it and its utilization and application, so we can use it to articulate results and use the results to influence policy and programs and change in behavior and more accountability in place, because then there will be evidence-based approaches of doing development work. You can see there is meaning, more meaning to the young people in this conference of relevance of change in development, because they are ready. So I think the conference has been very useful and participation has been professional.
I believe it's been an amazing conference where we've had a lot of presentations, diverse on gender, on health, the interaction and the feedback afterwards was amazing. So I believe that generally it's been a very good conference and people have really appreciated and given us very good feedback. So we hope to see you next year. We really are expecting you with even better papers and presentations.
The second conference on gender equality has been highly successful They had over 300 delegates. And most importantly, we had most of the delegates that were with us last year, meaning that they actually benefited from it, and they are ready to learn more for what we have done. So the networking has been excellent. We have formed new network that we are going to groom ourselves and move up together. And we're happy to have very elderly citizens, great women that were with us, and they shared their life experiences, how they'll be able to make it with the young ones. It will be so much inspired and encouraged to move to another level. And we've also formed partnership.
To strengthen partnership, which we have done, we have signed MOU with Accra Technical University. We have also signed MOU with Portugal University and other civil society organizations. We have also established International Coalition for Gender Equality, activists and advocates. And also we have contributed to all the 17 goals of the Sustainable Development Goals. So these were our key objectives for the conference, and I think it's been achieved.
Another one is we've agreed that we are going to walk the talk. We have been talking so much. So we've agreed on proactive measures. We talk about the gender gap even in wealth creation. So we've agreed to embark on various entrepreneurial skills training projects. This project will enroll to equip some of the women that are not doing anything, or those who want to upgrade on their marketing, bookkeeping, accounting skills to be able to take their businesses to another level. We've established an Institute of Gender Research and Implementation Science. Another big achievement at the conference. We are going to help women, especially those in academia, and a research institute to embark on research. We will team up together to publish and get promotion and rise to higher levels. So we need you to understand that women are not coming to compete with you or to usurp your powers. We are saying that diversity brings sustainable development. In the boardroom, when we have females and males, we all bring our rich ideas together to bring development to our companies and the country as a whole. So it's very important. We need your support. We cannot do without the males. So bring us along, encourage us, network with us, and together we can contribute to the growth of our countries and develop the economies and the continent as a whole. Thank you very much. It's very important that we take the issue of gender equality very seriously, because in every country all over the world, even in Ghana here, women form the majority of the population. So they must be included in every sector of life, on the boards and also at the decision-making level.
So this year's theme, From Vision to Reality, catalyzing sustainable gender equality and developing economy, was emerged from the discussions that were shared last year, that there was a need in implementation strategies for gender equality initiatives.
Gender equality!
I think it's important to start with youngest people, with children. They are more open to change than elder people. It has to be a question that has to be embraced by everybody in the country, both men and women. But of course it will take time, because changing mentalities always takes time. It's mandatory to change this mentality, to put for mankind to look at men and women as at the same level.
What we did for this year conference was to pull participants across diverse sociocultural backgrounds to come together, to engage in discussions, share knowledge, collaborate, and come out with strategic and innovative solutions that can advance gender equality.
I believe global We believe in identify great mentors, transgenerational mentors in all the sectors that can be able to mentor the young ones, the school children, those in the second cycle, to encourage them, even from the junior high school, to go into the STEM and also TVET areas. The male-dominated areas, women are doing so well in them, but most other girls are not aware. So when we identify mentors and role models in those various areas, they can be able to advise, groom the young ones, and tell them that it's doable. We can have big-time women contractors, IT gurus, big sectors that we think that in mining and gas and oil and all the sectors that we think that women will not be able to work in, and also leadership position. So that is what we are doing. That's a program that we are embarking on.
This forum has challenged practitioners. We have to be more technological oriented and know the scope of it and its utilization and application, so we can use it to articulate results and use the results to influence policy and programs and change in behavior and more accountability in place, because then there will be evidence-based approaches of doing development work. You can see there is meaning, more meaning to the young people in this conference of relevance of change in development, because they are ready. So I think the conference has been very useful and participation has been professional.
I believe it's been an amazing conference where we've had a lot of presentations, diverse on gender, on health, the interaction and the feedback afterwards was amazing. So I believe that generally it's been a very good conference and people have really appreciated and given us very good feedback. So we hope to see you next year. We really are expecting you with even better papers and presentations.
The second conference on gender equality has been highly successful. We had over 300 delegates, and most importantly, we had most of the delegates that were with us last year, meaning that they actually benefited from it, and they are ready to learn more for what we have done. So the networking has been excellent. We have formed new network that we are going to groom ourselves and move up together. And we're happy to have very elderly citizens, great women that were with us, and they shared their life experiences, how they'll be able to make it with the young ones. It will be so much inspired and encouraged to move to another level. And we've also formed partnership.
To strengthen partnership, which we have done. We have signed MOU with Accra Technical University. We have also signed MOU with Portugal University and other civil society organizations. We have also established International Coalition for Gender Equality, activists and advocates. And also we have contributed to all the 17 goals of the Sustainable Development Goals. So these were our key objectives for the conference, and I think it's been achieved.
Another one is we've agreed that we are going to walk the talk. We have been talking so much. So we've agreed on proactive measures. We talk about the gender gap even in wealth creation. So we've agreed to embark on various entrepreneurial skills training projects. This project will enroll to equip some of the women that are not doing anything, or those who want to upgrade on their marketing, bookkeeping, accounting skills to be able to take their businesses to another level. We've established an Institute of Gender Research and Implementation Science, another big achievement at the conference. We are going to help women, especially those in academia, and a research institute to embark on research. We will team up together to publish and get promotion and rise to higher levels. So we need you to understand that women are not coming to compete with you or to usurp your powers. We are saying that diversity brings sustainable development. In the boardroom, when we have females and males, we all bring our rich ideas together to bring development to our companies and the country as a whole. So it's very important. We need your support. We cannot do without the meals. So bring us along, encourage us, network with us, and together we can contribute to the growth of our countries and the developing economies and the continent as a whole. Thank you very much. It's very important that we take the issue of gender equality very seriously, because in every country all over the world, even in Ghana here, women form the majority of the population. So they must be included in every sector of life, on the boards and also at the decision-making level.
So this year's theme, From Vision to Reality, catalyzing sustainable gender equality in developing economy, was emerged from the discussions that were shared last year, that there was a need in implementation strategies for gender equality initiatives.
Gender equality!
I think it's important to start with youngest people, with children. They are more open to change than elder people. It has to be a question that has to be embraced by everybody in the country, both men and women. But of course it will take time, because changing mentalities always takes time. It's mandatory to change this mentality, to put for mankind to look at men and women as at the same level.
What we did for this year conference was to pull participants across diverse sociocultural backgrounds to come together, to engage in discussions, share knowledge, collaborate, and come out with strategic and innovative solutions that can advance gender equality.
I believe global. We believe in identify great mentors, transgenerational mentors in all the sectors that can be able to mentor the young ones, the school children, those in the second cycle, to encourage them, even from the junior high school, to go into the STEM and also TVET areas. The male-dominated areas, women are doing so well in them, but most other girls are not aware. So when we identify mentors and role models in those various areas, they can be able to advise, groom the young ones, and tell them that it's doable. We can have big-time women contractors, IT gurus, big sectors that we think that in mining and gas and oil and all the sectors that we think that women will not be able to work in, and also leadership position. So that is what we are doing. That's a program that we are embarking on.
This forum has challenged practitioners. We have to be more technological oriented and know the scope of it and its utilization and application, so we can use it to articulate results and use the results to influence policy and programs and change in behavior and more accountability in place, because then there will be evidence-based approaches of doing development work. You can see there is more meaning to the young people in this conference of relevance of change in development, because they are ready. So I think the conference has been very useful and participation has been professional.
I believe it's been an amazing conference where we've had a lot of presentations, diverse on gender, on health. The interaction and the feedback afterwards was amazing. So I believe that generally it's been a very good conference, and people have really appreciated and given us very good feedback. So we hope to see you next year. We really are expecting you with even better papers and presentations.
The second conference on gender equality has been highly successful. We had over 300 delegates, and most importantly, we had most of the delegates that were Black, meaning that they actually benefited from it, and they are ready to learn more for what we have done. So the networking has been excellent. We have formed new network that we are going to groom ourselves and move up together. And we're happy to have very elderly citizens, great women that were with us, and they shared their life experiences, how they'll be able to make it with the young ones. It will be so much inspired and encouraged to move to another level. And we've also formed partnership.
To strengthen partnership, which we have done. We have signed MOU with Accra Technical University. We have also signed MOU with Portugal University and other civil society organizations.
Get some
we have also established International Coalition for Gender Equality, activists and advocates.
And so, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to start the next session.
To all the 17 goals of the Sustainable Development Goals.
Comfortable, relaxed.
So these were our key objectives for the conference, and I think it's been achieved.
Another one is we've agreed that we are going to
different look when you are satisfied.
We have been talking so much, so we agreed
different look when you are hungry.
Active measures. So, we talk about the gender gap, even in wealth.
We want to resume with
agreed to
panel discussion.
Serious entrepreneurial skills training project. This project will
immediately follows the presentation by
women
Professor
that are not doing anything, or those who want to upgrade on their marketing,
on the
bookkeeping, accounting skills, to be able to take their businesses to another level.
Progress and persistent gaps
an
since
institute on gender research and
with a focus on developing economies.
Another big achievement at the conference. We are going to help women, especially those in academia, and a research institute embark on research. We will team up together
Professor
to publish and get
back
promotion
to the stage.
and
A round of applause for her.
So
she's going to be in the company of Dr. Mrs. Gloria Saku Kumeu, or Kumau, of course. She'll be eyeing me because we had that conversation before we went for lunch, whether it's Kumau or Kumeu, but of course it's Kumau. So she's joining us. She is a Deputy Clerk of Parliament of Ghana. We can't leave them here alone, so we'll give them another awesome personality in the person of Mrs. Sheila Minka Premo. I see here lawyer, but she's a renowned lawyer of so many years, you know, Auntie Sheila. So she is a chairperson, Affirmative Action Coalition of Ghana, of course, gender equality advocate, adjunct lecturer, School of Public Health, University of Ghana. Auntie Sheila, you're welcome. Of course, I do not have any business standing here once they climb the podium. There's somebody who would moderate this session, and she, of course, is in the person of Mrs. Gifty Goba Jiage, Principal Clerk of Parliament of Ghana. So, ladies and gentlemen, your moderator, the panel, enjoy the session. I was coming to demand for my own applause. It's good you've done it. Another one for me.
In fact, a bigger one for him. Is that so well? Right, Honorable Speaker, our distinguished guests, you are all welcome back from lunch. It's good to be empowered, and it's good to be empowered internally, and then you bring it externally. So I'm sure we are all empowered this afternoon, isn't it? Yeah. Great, great. So this morning's discussion has gone a long way. And this afternoon, when we have been empowered, we don't want to bore you or doze off, so it's going to be very active. Charting the next frontier, advancing gender equality in developing economies. BEIJING plus. So far, we've heard a lot. Great speakers have spoken. In the morning, we were enlightened by the great presentation that Prof gave us. The BEIJING Declaration and Platform for Action that was adopted in 1995 marked a significant milestone in the global pursuit of gender equality and women's empowerment. That has given cause for all of us to gather here this afternoon. Now, 3 decades on, developing economies continue to grapple with entrenched gender disparities, underscoring the need for renewed commitment and innovative strategies to accelerate progress. This morning, we heard that equality for women is progress for all. And I'm sure that as we are seated here, we are committed and we've given our allegiance to ensure that women are empowered so that we will all make progress in our various communities, various economies and countries. So without much ado, we have our distinguished panelists with us. It's going to be very interactive, my dear distinguished guests and audience. And so when we listen to them, and then it gets to your turn to also participate, I want you to engage the process, and please, let's hear your views. Thank you so much. So, distinguished panelists, you are welcome one more time. To give us a short recap, I'm going to ask Prof to give us a few synopses of what she actually gave us in the morning on the presentation, and then we take it from there. Thank you.
Thank you. This morning, I presented and challenged us about girls and women, about what the 1995 agreement and what we have to do now from 1995 to year 2025. What are the success stories? What are the gaps in which we need to fill? And the countries that have exceeded beyond limit, the countries that are lagging behind, the priority areas in which we need to focus on in this conference for the next 5 years, when we have plus 40 gender equality conference, so that we not be repeating the same challenges and all sorts, and it will be a success story galore. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Thank you. We must be loud and clear in every space. Women. Thank you. Yes, so Prof, you said, you mentioned that some countries are lagging behind and all that. So you brought that to our attention so that as we go back, we'll be able to work on them and then not be found repeating those in the next 5 years. This afternoon, I would like to ask my panelists, we are all sharing ideas, right? That what are the most pressing gender equality challenges in our areas of development and in our developing economies today? What are the most pressing needs that we think we can prioritize in order not to be found repeating same in the next 5 years? We will start with Prof, since you started speaking. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the moderator. When we talk about the most pressing needs, we need to refer our mind back to the most pressing challenges that is facing
gender, that is women, unrepresented women and girls in the society. And when we want to prioritize this, I would say that hunger is part of the most pressing issues. Then we have some other issues apart from hunger. The health issue is there, and the poor income or remuneration of women and girls globally. That's part of the issues, the challenges in developing economies among girls and women. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. That being said, Dr. Saku Kumewu, you are in the legislative arena. You support our legislators who represent our interests to come up with laws that will help us to take care of some of our challenges. In that space, how do you think parliaments and governments and even the private sector can play hand in hand together to accelerate progress to succumb some of these economic challenges that Prof has elucidated?
Thank you. Hello. So, thanks. I would just want to take it from where Prof ended, that the most pressing issue or challenge has to do with underrepresentation of our side, when it comes to gender equation, of women at the table. I believe we all agree that if your mother is not at the point where the food is being shared, then you cannot guarantee that you'd get enough, you get your portion, and that your interests will be taken care of. And so linking it to where I am, which is the legislature, I would start from the point that if demographically, we will not say we are more than the men, because that will bring a bit of competition or uneasiness. But even if we say we are equal or almost equal, then how come that we are not seeing that reflected when it comes to representation in the House of Parliament? And that is the basis of democracy. Parliament is what defines whether a country is democratic or not. And so if at that level, we cannot see that reflection, that we have equal representation, as the national census shows, then I think we already have an initial and fundamental problem. And so government has to get up and then rise to the function and occasion, and they'll come out with a national action plan. Yes, somebody would say that we just passed the affirmative action bill, which is the Equity Act 1121, but it doesn't end there. Yes, we've passed it. What next? How do we roll it out? How and when would we see the fruits of Act 1121? It's nice to say we've had it and we've put it under the implementation role of the gender ministry. But as we heard earlier, is it a fight or an issue for women? No. Until the men take up the mantle and agree that we want the women to also join us in governing, I don't think we would really have a different narrative or sing a different song or see different fruits of our labor with the BEIJING declaration that was made in 1995. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And Dr. Kumewu, you actually indicated so, and rightly so it is. In Ghana's parliament, for instance, we have only 40 plus 1 women that is representing us, about less than, yes, 14%, yes, less than 15%. And it's a shame, even though we have a speaker who is a he for she and she, you know, he's encompassed with gender and he's pushing gender. What else do you think we can do in that space? Aside, as you said, we have the act now, it doesn't stop there. In our own small way, what else can we do?
Thank you again. So I believe that in Parliament, I will not hesitate to say that we are doing quite well because the Speaker is a champion advocate for gender issues. And so, for example, when it came to placing members of parliament in committees, using the criteria as the standing orders prescribed, it was going to be a little difficult to have women on each committee if we were going straight by the criteria. But again, the speaker then insisted and made sure that the criteria, well, not set aside, but he managed to make sure that women were put on each committee, and not only one woman, because we have only 41 women, and the committees are about 44. And so even if you want to put one in one, some committees will not have women. And is it enough to put only one woman in the committee? And so he had to bend over and make sure that women were adequately spread over, which means that the women will have more than 2 committees as against what the standing order says. And so that is a positive gesture. But it will not end there. I would say that we have to go beyond and show more of political will. More of political will. We should show that we really want to see women at the table when it comes to representation. And that will mean going into the electoral process and calling for reforms. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So leadership and decision making, we are to increase women's representation in politics, corporate boards, and in other decision making to ensure that our voices are heard. Madam Lawyer, I know you played a key role in putting together, pushing forward the Affirmative Bill Act that we have now. After that, what has the women groupings in the legal regime done to ensure that the backbone that established BEIJING is pushed forward after 3 decades? What has the legal women grouping done in Ghana to support that agenda? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So women groups, particularly the women lawyers groups in Ghana, have done a lot of advocacy to push for a number of the issues that have been set out in the BEIJING platform for action. You recall that the Honorable Minister gave us an overview, the 12 critical areas of concern. When it comes to the law that eventually got passed as the affirmative action gender equity law in Ghana, many groups, including some of the groups that women lawyers are part of, did a lot of work. What they did in Ghana, what we did was, we looked at the 12 critical areas of concern and tried to look at areas where we could try and push for laws and policies to move forward. So one of the areas, as you know, is women empowered decision making, was one of the areas where we saw it was lacking. There wasn't policies, there weren't laws in place. In fact, shortly after BEIJING in '98, Ghana passed a cabinet directive on affirmative action, which called for girl-child education, because that was one of the areas which was lacking. It called for affirmative action in the public universities to enable girls to gain, access to STEM education, even if they got slightly lower grades, etc., etc. So now that we have the law, then later on, we were part of a team that the ministry put together to also help to push for this law. After a while, we thought that the ministry wasn't going as fast as it should. So we formed a coalition made up of people all over academia, civil society organizations, and we have managed to push for this law. With the passage of the law, we realized that originally we were called the Affirmative Action Bill Coalition, and helped to push for the law. But we realized that having the law alone wasn't enough. There was a need to ensure that structures are put into place. So we changed our name to Affirmative Action Law Coalition and continue to engage the ministry and other stakeholders that there's a need for structures to be put in place to ensure that it works. One of the things that was called for in that particular law was the setting up of a gender equity committee, which will see to implementation. So I represent civil society on that particular committee. And what is left is adequate resources to be given to this committee to ensure that work is done. The legislative instruments that would enable the law to work better is also being worked on, where some women lawyers are also part of that technical committee working on that. One of the areas, we talked about women empowered decision making, is very key. But one thing which is also linked with it is gender-based violence, which is also one of the critical areas, because one of the things that keeps women from even advancing, people get employed maybe at the same level as their male counterparts. When it comes to promotion, there's gender-based violence, sexual harassment in the workplace. Many things happen that also keeps women low. this particular law recognizes the fact that to enable the law to work, there's a need to ensure that the laws on gender-based violence also work. There are provisions in it prohibiting violence in the workplace, in intimidation, etc. For instance, there are many women who would have liked to go into politics, but there's a lot of insults that are directed at women who try, So currently it's an offense to try to, use sexual innuendos, etc. to bring people down. What is left is implementation. Will people who feel that their rights have been violated take it up and work on it? So for me, in terms of other areas, girl child education, mentioned it, and like I said, gender-based violence, both within the workplace as well as in the home, etc., which Angela mentioned nicely, that we should look at the home and what happens in there. And then the women in power decision making, because as Dr. indicated, if women are sitting in places where decisions are taken, whether it is health, whether it is agriculture, whether it is even in traditional leadership, etc., then they will have a say in the decisions that are made. So we need women to be in critical areas where they'll be able to influence decisions that are made, which ultimately would affect when we need them in numbers. And I think that my colleague was being a little hesitant. In Ghana, our population is such that we have more women than men. So how come we have so few of them in parliament? Something is happening. So there's a need for that to be done. And last of all, the other thing I also mentioned is the issue of socialization. Women play a big role in bringing up children. We socialize them. And somehow it is us who sometimes would make those extensions right from the home. The boy would do this, the girl would do that. Girls get overburdened with home house chores whilst the boys are freer, etc. So for me, whilst we're talking about what government should be doing, what institutions should be doing, we should also be looking at ourselves as women, as people who bring up children and make sure that they are going. We bring up both male children and female children. We should bring them up in such a way that there'll be equal opportunity for all of them. There should be inclusiveness, and that will make the change that we are looking for. That will start from the base all the way up to the top.
Thank you so much for hitting on the family, as Dr. Angela said this morning. Thank you so much. In the morning, Right Honorable Speaker also mentioned certain tools that in our world today are available, which were not available some years back, that can be used. I want to take your take on it. And it's like, what technology or what role can technology play in promoting gender equality? And what are some of the risks of exacerbating existing inequalities? Prof, let's hear you.
Yeah, thank you very much. The role that technology play among women, among children, globally, even both gender, male and female, is a lot. And when we talk along this line, it has positive consequences and negative consequences. The positive side of these excuse me. The positive side of using these is, like I mentioned earlier in the morning, in some countries, even in Nigeria, there is a Momo agent and so on and so forth. Many of these women, children, everyone, they use this technology. They also use technology in the medical line. There is telemedicine, in which you can impute whatever illness or whatever, and you get response. There is also the positive side of technology, in that by the time there are some countries in which they have apps in which one can record gender-based violence, that one is a plus too. There is also a plus in the area of
banking, in the banking sector. Yeah, so those are the pluses we can accrue to this. But at the same time, there are negative consequences of this in that in the form of gender-based violence, you know, all these, majority of them, they emanate more or less from the internet and so on and so forth. Then there's this digital divide among the men and the women. That's one of the factors too. There is online harassment. That one is a big issue in which it is this technology that has brought that to us. Some people can just go online in the form of wanting to drag a person down and put up some things on the platform for everybody to read and so on and so forth. So when we talk about this internet technology, it has its pros and cons. The pros are more than the cons, but the cons need to be tackled for everything to balance up. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Thank you. Yes, in everything there are pros and cons, but we always want to see the positive going higher than the negative. Now, I want to go back to the AI creation that Right Honorable Speaker mentioned. And interestingly, I wrote down a quote. She said, AI creation must have women face and must have an
So these are the issues we should be looking at. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug. Where are women in that space? And I can hear loud and clear you trying to iterate that we need gender-responsive budgeting from the local level, follow up with our oversight work from our legislative end, and ensure that implementation goes down to the grassroots where we can actually count progress made. Interesting. We spend a lot of time at our lunch, so we don't have much time to go in depth. But Madam, please, Madam Lawyer, I want you to throw a little light before I go to the bigger group, because I know somebody's itching to also make a contribution, isn't it? Great. How will we be able to count the progress made so far? You irritated when you drew attention to what was said in the morning about the family, training the boy child to know the space available for the girl child, and training the girl child to know the space available for the boy child, raising them together. We are found as a strong root to that as women, because we bring them up and socialize them. Some have started in their own small ways, but if we are going to try to push that, what are some of the things we should be looking out for as we see our children grow? For a boy child who is in the university, what should I expect if he is becoming the boy who is he for she and she for he, in the light of the women?
If boys and girls are, sensitized to look out, to positively, then they can support each other. That's what I'll say, sort of simply. So it's very important that we don't make those distinctions. There are certain things which are biological. The rest of the things are social. When you talk about gender, these are what the society decide that this is for boys, this is for girls, etc. Many times, apart from those that are said are biological, the rest are social, and they can be, you can really talk about it and let them realize that if it's at a time, boys were sort of pushed into certain, the STEM area, girls were into certain areas, etc. Now people know that girls can equally do well. Incidentally, in Ghana, I think when they the young ones started going for this coding, it was a girls' school in Ghana that first won an award somewhere in the US, etc. So we need what we call intergenerational dialogues to ensure that both appreciate each other and not put limitations. If they don't have any limitations, nobody will have a problem with a woman vying for a position in leadership, either at the school level or in politics. But if some of the old traditional cultural norms which have resulted in some of the problems we have, it's reinforced, then it will continue. Then the boy child will beat up the girl child for doing better than him in school, even though she may be doing better. So I think that we need appropriate policies in place. I mean, apart from, as I said, what should be done on the ground level from us as parents and as caregivers, etc. We should also ensure that we have adequate laws and policies in place to ensure that those differences are minimized and each is given an equal opportunity to aspire to whatever they seek to aspire to become.
Thank you so much. So what I'm hearing is that before Beijing, we were like, give the chance to the girl child. Now Beijing plus 30, it is equal opportunity for both the male child and the girl child. Now to the bigger audience, what do you think Beijing plus 30 we should be calling for? And that is what we should take back home and build upon. As delegates in this conference, I want to throw it back to us. So it could be questions, it could be suggestions, it could be inputs. I'll take only 3 because of the time. I'll take one from this angle. The choral group, are you with me? Great. Anybody want to make an input or a question? Then I come to the middle session. The middle session, yes. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wonderful. 5. Okay, right? Okay, Ohima, 6. So this will be 30 seconds each. 30 seconds each. So I have 5 in the middle session, and then Ohima, Nana, Hima is the 6th. You could rise and take the microphone, please. Yeah. Randomly, not in any order. Nana Hima is just by your side.
Okay, good afternoon to you all. I want to just add to the lawyers on. You know, we have to, train our children together, as she said, and also boys and men together to support the women or the ladies or the younger ones or the girls to be able to go afar. Because like we borrow from Dr. Agri, we train the man as one person and the woman the whole nation. So basically, if the men learn to support their women, their wives, and then boys, their sisters, and the like, I believe the world will be a very nice place to live. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much, Nanayuma. Thank you.
I want to say that women should not get tired and push forward. I realize that when they are in school with their men folk, they do well. They want to higher heights. But then when they get married, and when they give birth, then they tend to sit back to only make sure the children do well, which is very good. But then they shouldn't sit back. They should still push ahead. As they train the children, they also push ahead. Don't leave the leadership to only the men, but grow the children, grow up with the men, and then take the challenge ahead.
Thank you for that submission. So don't relent, push up. The next one, Madam.
Looks like the audience members understand the word 30 seconds. Yes. You are doing well.
Yes.
Thank you for the opportunity given to me. I want to say, when you are talking of inequality, it all starts from us. Yeah, it started from us. It started from us in the sense that when you are given responsibility as a woman, even in your office, they will say, oh, it's a woman. She has responsibility back at home, so she might not be able to take it up. Can you yourself, you say, yes, thank you, help me take it. And your counterpart as a man will gladly take it up. I realized this until my husband said, no, go back and tell them. You are able. You will take up. You take it up. Then I learned from all those things. So we have to work upon ourselves, work upon our children, not to be trained as a man or a woman. Train them equally. And that's one. Our Queen Mother said something in the morning. He said, do we love ourselves as women? When you don't support the women, how do you want men to support you? So let's work on ourselves.
Thank you. The 30 seconds rule still holds. So the next line to the extreme right. Yeah. Thank you. 30 seconds rule, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm Aisha Mohammed from the northern part of Ghana. So the biggest challenge in my area where I come from has to do with religious and cultural norms. That really affects women development, especially in women leadership. In my area, we have equally kings and queen mothers and chiefs who are women. So our culture respects women a lot. I'm a Muslim, and the religion equally respects women and have value for women. But some misconceptions from the two, the religion and the culture, makes people to misinform and mistreat women in the sense that, oh, she's a woman cannot lead. Because she's a woman, Islamically, a woman is not supposed to lead prayers, and for that matter, she cannot lead. And another thing you've mentioned as panelists that got me, is the fact that women are not supporting women enough. Because when a woman stands up for a position, the first insult that comes with her is, she's a prostitute, she was a prostitute, she was this, and all these negative things comes from we the women ourselves,
Thank
which
you
is very bad.
much.
Thank you.
My 30-second rule, please hold. Let's respect the 30 seconds rule. That will be the fourth person, and then who is the fifth person?
Hello,
okay.
Good afternoon.
30-second rule, please. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity. Regarding women's representation in terms of parliament, I think that we have to be intentional about it and start from the grassroots. We have to be bold, we have to walk the talk, and go beyond just sensitization and capacity training to actually financing women. Because whether we like it or not, politics now has more to do with money. It's more of a determinant factor than your capacity. The few ones who are bold to have come out should be identified, groomed, supported financially. When you look at the just ended municipal and district executive, very few women participated. Very few made it to the final lap. And I felt that there should have been an intentional policy to pick out the few ones who went to the final lap. But among them, I think only 3 or 4 made it. And that is very, very disappointing.
Thank you. So we have to be intentional, start training them from grassroots, start our socialization right, and actual finance women to stand in leadership position. 30 seconds rule. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. My name is Professor Francesca Chinyere Bokolo for University of Ibadan. I'm an anthropologist and the former director, Gender Mainstreaming Office, University of Ibadan. My comment is, number 1, education for empowerment. Without education, the girl child goes nowhere. So we experience feminization of poverty. So education, number 1. Then number 2, we go to the micro level, the family. Socialization of the boy and the girl. Women are the custodians of culture, and they are the typical, a very critical agents of socialization. So if we say that women are subjugated one way or the other, and we are socializing our boys not to participate in doing certain things at home, we are creating another level of oppression and poverty, which the woman will suffer, that will also affect her career development. So what am I saying? Women should look inward too, the way they socialize their boy child. When you say he should not wash plates, he should not sweep because he's a boy, you are training another man that is going to subjugate another woman somewhere. So let us look inward. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And to be very fair, I have a man raise the hand. To be fair, please. You are part of bridging the gap. Let's hear from you, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, earlier in the morning, we heard one of the speakers observing or made some observation about the number of men who are here, why men are not here, and also about perception, about gender. And yes, when we talk of gender, we all know that it's about the men and women, which means that what we are doing here, we expect both men and women to be here to participate, to participate, but it's not so. Yeah, what I want to say is that the perception is how we are treating it. We are saying that it's about gender, men and women, which means that issues that need to be addressed should be both men and women. Now let's look at the program we have for today. Do you have any issue about men? It's all about women and children, which means that men don't have any interest here to come. There's no interest for them to come here. But if you are talking about gender, addressing issues of both men and women, then we must look at the challenges men are going through, we must look at the issues of men, we must look at anything that men are also going through. This is what will motivate them to come and also participate in what we are doing. Let me quickly address this issue about training the boy child and the girl child. We are mothers here. It is the mothers who give birth to boys and girls. That is so. And as we know, by nature, boys are attracted to women, or mothers are attracted to their boys, and boys are attracted to their girls are attracted to their fathers. That's by nature. So you see the kind of love mothers have for their male boy, and the boys have for their child. Just a minute. Now, in home, we need to start training them like that. We've got it like that. so that we don't only focus on girls and women, but let's include the issues of men. Men are also going through issues.
Let's give it up for ourselves. Unfortunately, because
in the next frontiers, we still have the issues, the 12 critical areas of concern. For the way forward, they've reduced it more or less of the issues to be focused on. There's a need to ensure that all the areas that are critical, gender, women in leadership, health, etc., where there's a need for, speaking as a lawyer, where there's a need for laws or policies to ensure that at least there's the jury legislation in place, let's try and push for it. It doesn't matter whether we are lawyers or we are not lawyers. We can join up with lawyers and try and push for it. And as we're also looking at the issue of technology, which is key and is being focused on during the next few days on looking at gender-based violence, let's also make sure that whatever laws we have are adequate. In Ghana, we have our cyber security law, but it's been realized that it's not adequate enough. People are even making proposals for what they call deep fake AI. You know, AI can do good things. It can also be used for bad things to shame women and cause them to even not move for leadership. Let's also push for that. Let's push for the implementation of the laws when they are also passed. And then let's push for re-socialization of our boys and girls, starting from all of us individually in our homes. Thank you.
Thank you. So taking at the angle of increasing representation at the legislature, I want to say that the countries that have done well, taking a cue from Mexico, they took an intentional decision to legislate on that. So political parties are asked in presenting your candidates, you have to present 50-50. And so if Party A is bringing 200 candidates for elections, you have to bring 100 women and 100 men. You present them. Let them go for elections. But at least we have 200 and 100 are men, 100 are women. And that way, I mean, the women have a chance to even participate in the game. So that's something we should look at. If we really want to increase the women, we must consciously legislate on that. Also, Rwanda used the route of, and Uganda also did that, representation, which is something like quota. And so I don't see why we should shy away from pressing or advocating for that. We are not asking to be pampered or be favored. But then, if we have 276 MPs for now in the chamber, why can we not push that an extra 24 is reserved? That is not from political parties, but to represent groups. So lawyers will bring, and we have men, we have women. So we have from academia, we have from all the groups, and they have their seats reserved, and then they can also enter that space. If you had 24 women adding up to the 40, at least the numbers is not there, but it to be an increase. And I'm not saying limit at 26. We could even ask for more seats, because the 276 is not carved in stone. We had 110, it came to 230, and it was only 276. So why can't it go up? And lastly, for there to be social change, the narrative must change. We ourselves should also be willing to put ourselves there, to go into the hot waters, go into the muddy waters. We have allowed the men to take the decisions and the rules all this time. What has changed? If they were doing it right, why are we where we are? So if we have been able to sit back and allow them to make their mistakes, why would we also take the positions and make the mistakes? Women should also be given the chance to take leadership roles and make their mistakes. Thank you.
Men will take leadership roles. Thank you, Prof. A quick one, 1 minute.
Well, yeah, I will end it up here that there should be support for girls and boys. There should be that equality in financial support, in giving them incentives for them to be able to do well in their studies, bursaries, and so on and so forth. We can even prioritize girl child because they are more vulnerable than the boys. It is very, very important. Then for women, their financial empowerment is very, very important too, because women is the, do I say, building
stone now, yeah, of the society. So when a woman is empowered, be very, very sure that about 100 people are empowered, because, you know, we women, we support the family, we support the community, and
Thank
so
you.
on and so forth.
Thank you so much, bro. Thank you so much. So, ladies and gentlemen, economic empowerment for both men and women, boys and girls, education and skills development, we should bridge the gap, health and well-being support, leadership and decision-making, intentionality of bringing women on board in leadership and decision-making, and technology and innovation. On that note, we want to thank you so much for your attention, for listening to us, and let's give it a round of applause to our panelists. They've done so well. The panelists will take a group photograph before we exit. A group photograph.
Thank you very much. All right, so whilst they take the group photograph, we have some gift from the speaker to our panel members and the moderator. Okay, so she's joining them. Oh, so we should have factored all this in our 40 minutes. But it's okay. All right. At least I can promise you that next year, by this time, we'll have at least a man among them. So we won't have all female panelists, hopefully. All right, so let's do the gift. While we are at it, we would expect to take about 10-minute video from Oh, please wait, hold on. Where's the photographer? Can we please have the photographer? Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And so that's Professor Funmilola Ajani receiving her gift. Next presentation was to Dr. Mrs. Gloria Saku Kumau. And then just gone by was Mrs. Sheila Minka Premo. Thank you very much. Lastly but not the least is Mrs. Gifty Jiage Goba. We're grateful to all the panelists and the moderator. Another round of applause for them. I think we all enjoyed the session, and so we continue with the rest of the program. If we have the video presentation of Dr. Marcus Buse, Senior Lecturer, University of the Sunshine Coast, let's have that played quickly, just about 10 minutes. And then once the video presentation is over, or whilst it's ongoing, Nanaya Sawa Sapon would have to get ready for her presentation or her delivery.
Here in Australia, talking to all of you lovely folk at the International Gender Equity. I would like the ICGE panel for their care in curating this beautiful conference, and also for Lady Rachel Lundgren for personally inviting me. Some thoughts with you now on what I'm calling agenda, and to take a planetary perspective. We need to reframe how we think about gender so that we can better understand what's going on and how to to rise to the occasion, to answer the call that issues of justice and injustice and so on are releasing and putting out into the world. So let's get it onto it right now. So here you've got this beautiful picture of our planet, right? And the planet to me is calling us to action. And that calling
Hello. All right, so I think we can take Nanaya's presentation whilst we work on the video and then come back to it. Yes, so let's keep working on the video. We'll come. Nanaya. Round of applause for Nanaya. So Nanaya Sapon is a founder Women in Sustainability Africa. She's also the general manager for AIB Network. She's a big woman. Another round of applause for her, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. The Right Honorable Sarah Westcott Williams. I stand on all protocols earlier observed. Distinguished guests, visionary women and men gathered here, especially for the he for she champions in the room, all the men, yes, I greet you all. And like I do on any stage that I stand on, whether in Ghana or anywhere in the world, I like to thank God for my life first, for being alive, because I'm a living miracle. And to also thank God for the life of everybody in this room. We should not take life for granted. The greatest resource any organization, first of all, the theme for my speech is on the role of women in accelerating the SDGs. So the greatest resource any organization, community, nation or continent needs is human resource, as we know. And we know that a country's economic prosperity will depend on the quality, the productivity, and the capacity of this labor force, that is both men and women. Where both genders have equal opportunities and operate at near optimal levels, there will be greater economic expansion and output for the prosperity of all Africans. So, in a continent like Africa, where the majority of the population are women, and these women also happen to be the most vibrant participant of our economic activities. As a matter of fact, by statistics, we know that the biggest performer as far as economic sectors are concerned is the informal sector. And we know that the biggest contributors to the informal sector, that 70% of them are women. So you ask yourself, is this informal sector is so powerful in the contribution of Ghana's economy and Africa's economy, then why are women the least beneficiary of this economic powerhouse? So if Africa's economy can expand exponentially, then investment in women, who happen to be the larger portion of Africa's population, their capacities need to be built, and that is an imperative. However, the assumptions that we always have, or sometimes have, that policies, be it economic policies or policies, are gender neutral, has been found to be a fallacy. Economic policies impact different segments of the population differently, often disadvantaging women due to systemic inequalities and deeply rooted patriarchal structures such as we have in Africa.
Earlier on, there were some conversations about how even women treat ourselves amongst us, giving opportunities to ourselves, the deficit there, and why we are not even looking at women. And that would bring me to the next issue, which is bias. Bias is a word that we don't often hear, but it is one that is very, very, very important, because we must know that we live in a man's world. It was not one that was built by men, but we all came into the world as it is. Now, if we understand this, then we must understand that we are all formed through the socialization process with bias. So even as women, we grow up thinking there are certain areas and spheres of life that are a purview of men, and we must not go. We know this. We say this to ourselves even before a man will say it or anybody will say it. So as a matter of fact, the men are not in any fight with us. They are not preventing us from going into any spaces. We must understand that it is a bias. And the more we get to know and treat this bias, then we shall be liberated as women to take our rightful place in society. To drive inclusive economic growth, reduce poverty amongst others, there is a need for intentional and clear understanding of setting and aligning to economic and social dynamics or systems in specific context. This will in turn positively impact the involvement and contributions of women, especially to the SDGs and the overall economic prosperity of Africa. A few years ago, we conducted a research on the knowledge of women and the engagement of women when it comes to all actions being put together to accelerate the closure of the SDG gaps. And we found out that majority of women had no idea about the SDG goals. Some also had no idea of how they can contribute to the achievement of the SDGs, be it a trader, a housewife, a dressmaker, a fashion designer, a beautician, whatever. They have no idea how to contribute to it. And some do not even know how to leverage on the opportunities that the SDGs present to us. So we came together to form the organization called Women in Sustainability Africa, because as 2013 approaches, we launched this program on the 1st of May, together with the United Nations, with also, strong support and participation. Actually, the Gender Ministry was part of the organization of the launch. The Minister for Sustainability and Climate Change, Honorable Yusufu Seidu. We had the Honorable Minister for Gender here today. And we also had the Labor Minister, the Senior Minister, Honorable Rashid Pelpo, and some presidential aspirants from Nigeria, all coming in for us to launch this important organization for the closure of the SDGs, especially acknowledging the role of women. So WISA, for short, which is Women in Sustainability Africa, is a coordinating Pan-African organization that works with other CSOs, NGOs, corporate institutions, local and international organizations, development organizations, and individuals to bring all women and women groups together, especially those at the grassroots level who we often leave out of our activities to foster the achievement of the SDGs across Africa. WISA stands for the development of new perspectives and catalytic ideas towards accelerating growth for the achievement of the SDGs, including closing the gender inequality gap. We believe that to build a sustainable Africa, women must be pushed and supported to lead the drive for the achievement of the SDGs so that we can leave this world in a better place than we came to meet it. And this must be achieved bridging the gender inequality gap through a two-pronged approach, which we came out with during the launch. The first is a recognition of women as a source of labor with positive return on investment that is made to build capacity in women. So that when we are talking about women issues, women empowerment issues, men must be interested. Because when we empower a woman, it has an economic return on the economy. It will also make economic sense for an organization to invest in a woman because there is economic return.
Any thriving economy will need the full strength of its available labor force, and women constitute more than half of this. Therefore, where governments, development organizations, corporate institutions, and individuals invest in women, they have a lot in return. So that, for instance, if she were a subsistent farmer, after capacity building, she will now be doing industrial farming. That is higher productivity and higher capacity. The second approach is the unanimous agreement we came to that the collaborative efforts of both men and women will lead to the closure of the gender inequality gap. We have found out it's been 30 years since Beijing. We have come far, but there is so much more to be done. The gap keeps opening up, even as our world keeps changing. So with the dynamics that we face in the world means that we must have a relook and repurposing of what gender inequality is about. We can never close the gender inequality gap without involving our men. It must be men and women standing side by side and lifting up women. That is why I love some of the conversations that have come up on the floor. And it's important that we share these conversations in our churches, in our communities, and we carry it wherever that we go. We women must begin to unlearn and relearn what empowering ourselves is about, that we need the men. And because there is a certain prejudice and a certain perception out there, we must ask the men to join us and to come and support us. So on that note, I will say a special thank you to all the he for she champions, the men in this room, leaving everything out there and still coming here to be with us. Because for WISA, we believe that we have to do this together. I liken this to a situation where life is a big room, like here. And it's been occupied by the men for so long, and we, the women, want to come inside. Now, if we are being antagonistic to each other, who budges to antagonism? So being antagonistic, men and women in between ourselves, helps no one. But if as women, as we know that the world that we are stepping into is a man's world and has not had a place for us, and we want the space to be opened up to us, we in our wisdom will invite the men to support us. And when we have compelled them, then they will give us the key to the room. And when they have given us the key to the room, as smart women as we are going to copy the key. Some will say we'll break down the door. Once we copy the key, then we must not forget the other women behind. Because as we're talking about gender empowerment, we must also be talking about the sustainability of empowering women. So it cannot just be us. Whenever we get the opportunity to be in front of a room like this, let us be a representation of the voice of the women who could not be in that room. Let us that we seek, even more than we do. There are many more. These are the women who need it. And let's open up our opportunities to include them. Today, the 1st of May, upon the launch of Women in Sustainability Africa, has now been accepted by Ghana's Labor Ministry and the Gender Ministry as a day that whenever we are celebrating Labor Day, we would also remember the role of women as a source of labor. And to this, we acknowledge this feat for this acceptance. So on that note, I would also remind you that next year, 1st of May, the Women in Sustainability Africa Summit would come up. And we would invite all of you, when you hear of the news, please make sure you are a part of it. Women are Africa's growth channel. Africa's growth literally will be stalled if women are excluded. Across the continent, women drive agriculture, trade, health, education, yet their power is under-leveraged. In Rwanda, women make up about 60% of parliament, and the country has become one of Africa's fastest growing SDG improvers. In Ethiopia, women-led cooperatives are transforming local farming systems and lifting entire communities out of poverty. When women are excluded, a nation is running on half of its infrastructure, and no country accelerates with one engine. Leadership that listens changes nations. Ellen Johnson Sirleaf rebuilt a broken nation through transparent, people-centered governance. And today, her EJS Imuje initiative is building and grooming Africa's next women leaders in public office and politics. That is how one empowered woman is empowering others. And that is a reminder to us in this room to use our opportunities to empower others. Gender equality is not goal 5, but it is the key to all the 17 goals. SDG 5, which is gender equality, is the hinge on which all other goals swing. When women thrive, families eat better, children learn better, economies grow faster, and peace lasts longer. Equality must move from paper to policy, from conversation to our cultures. And that will touch on an issue that my sister over here mentioned in the Islamic communities. Our cultural barriers slow the SDGs more than financial ones. Across Africa, harmful norms, not lack of resources, are the delay of progress. In parts of West Africa, child marriage remains a direct barrier to SDG 4, which is quality education. In northern Kenya, cultural restrictions on mobility prevent women from accessing markets, limiting SDG 8, which is economic growth. In certain communities in Ghana, the inability of women to own their own lands inhibits expansion in the agricultural sector as far as women leveraging on this opportunity is concerned. Indeed, I could go on and on, but with time, I would wrap up my points. Investing in women is not charity, it is smart economics. Women are architects of solutions. Across Africa, women are driving innovation, agriculture, fintech, health, and education. Women entrepreneurs contribute nearly 40% of Kenya's GDP in SMEs. In Morocco, female-led cooperatives in argan oil have lifted entire villages from poverty. In Uganda, women in agribusiness are increasing national exports through innovation and inclusive value chains. Gender equality is not activism. It is an economic strategy. As women, we must move from participation to power shaping. Africa doesn't just need women present, it needs women influencing the peace, the vision, and the structure of development. Women-led climate movements across the Sahel are existing and thriving. Girls coding academies in Senegal and Ghana are doing much better. However, my call is this, that when we are coding, we are doing these coding and digital programs, let us not just limit them to the urban areas, but once again, let us take them to the grassroots, because by so doing, we shall manage migration issues and economic development throughout the entire Africa. In conclusion, it is all about collaboration, not competition. Men are our allies. True equality isn't about rivalry, but it is about partnership. If women must rise, men must stand with us, not as gatekeepers, keeping us from the room or from the gates, but as co-builders. As I would often say, we cannot achieve we are the future. And Africa's progress to accelerate the sustainable development goals begins the moment women stop asking for the space and start shaping the space. So let's be the acceleration in this room. Those of us in this room, let's be the acceleration. From today, let it be resounded across the corridors of power of national, continental, and global systems, that if the potential of the SDGs can be realized, women must lead the rest of the continent to help us make our world a better place. And our men shall be standing on our side. And on that note, I would also want to thank the United Nations for heeding to our call.
Our ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad to welcome you all to the first international conference on gender equality right here in Ghana. This is a gathering dedicated to the theme Building Bridges, Charting the Course for Advancing Gender Equality in Developing Economy. It is truly an honor to have each and everyone here representing diverse perspectives, experiences, and shared commitment to catalyzing the change on the
Sewa Sapon. You are not clapping enough to show that you want to end or you wanted to come back. Which one? You are grateful for her. Is that noticed? Thank you so much, Naya. Those were very important pointers. Of course, those are very important conversations to have. Do we have Olamide Akintola here? Or you are around? Okay. Where about Dr. Bridget Verkosten? Do we have Dr. Bridget Verkosten? Is not here. All right, so is the video ready? Can we have the video? All right, so let's have the video played. Please put off the light on the stage so that we can see the video very well. Thank you. As indicated earlier, the video is from Dr. Marcus Buse, and so let's enjoy it.
Here in Australia, talking to all of you lovely folks. Gender equity. Here in Australia, to acknowledge, talking to all of you lovely folk at International Gender Equity. I would like to acknowledge the ICGE panel for their personally inviting me to be part of this. I want to share some thoughts with you and also for laying the gender for personally inviting me to be part of this. To take a country perspective on this tricky issue, because to me, we need to reframe how we think about gender so that we can better understand what's going on. We need to reframe how we think about gender to answer the call, so that we can better understand what's going on and so on, and how to rise to the occasion to answer the call that issues of justice and injustice and so on are releasing and putting out into the world. So let's get onto it right now. So here you've got this beautiful picture of our planet, right? And the planet to me is calling us to action. And that calling is what I'd like to focus on first, because even as the world seems to be entering into a darkness shaped by violence, shame, terror, fear, I feel something else is happening. I feel a counter surge. Do you feel it too? I suspect that many here at this conference too. We are called to resist, but perhaps also to transform. Gatherings like this conference are significant as they generate sites to explore what it is that calls us into the world. The Spirit calls us, okay, and its voice has many dimensions. It's not a single calling like the old telephone. Hello, this is me calling you. No, it's Spirit calls in multiple ways according to where we are on the planet, what time in history we're living, and so on. And of course, also our own way of communicating with Spirit. I just want to touch briefly on the beauty of Afrofuturism, which I've been inspired by for many years now and have followed it. Ahmed Best, who played the character Jar Jar Binks in the Star Wars movies, for instance, is an eloquent exponent of Afrofuturism, but there's an aesthetics to it. And so one of the things that calls me and speaks to my spirit is the aesthetics, okay? But there are many ways to think about this. Some of us are called to heal, others are called to fight, others to organize, others to love, others to regenerate, others to pray and meditate, others to sing, others to reframe and go on with other things like think, care, nurture, remember too. All these are ways of thinking about what might call to you and to me. Of course, it's not a singular. Maybe we're called to heal and love or organize, and maybe organizing is our modality for healing. But this question of the calling is really important to me, because if we can understand and clearly articulate how we are called, then we're more likely going to be able to rise to the occasion that this planet and all its planetary issues is challenging us to embrace and engage with. So what's the question? Given we have the capacity to distribute our planet's resources equitably without destroying our Mother Earth, why are we not doing so? So at the heart of all questions around equity, I think, is this distributive issue. And of course, if half the world, being female women, are excluded from this issue, then we're seriously in trouble, of course. We're compromised. So for me, there is a gender agenda which I would like to speak to. When looking at our planetary predicament, it is clear that issues of equity are central to collective well-being for all life on the planet. So the gender agenda challenges us, you could say it calls us, to rethink what it means to be human, and also how to frame the challenges we face. So we are, as this conference central theme states, charting the next frontier. So what happens if we got it right? What would that be like? Can you imagine a world in which people and planet coexist in harmony? How does that vision feel to you? It need not be a utopian vision, but rather a heterotopian vision. That's a beautiful word coined by the French philosopher Michel Foucault for multiple goods coexisting, thriving. How does our calling fit into the plan to get there? That's something we need to consider. Your calling, my calling. Can we co-call? Can we co-create around our callings? Can we bring different forces that we all embody into play so that we can engage with the co-creation of planetary harmony, for instance? What kind of map does it generate, this kind of calling? And who can we work with to co-create optimal futures in which there are no losers, as currently understood? So one of the things that's really key to this is what's called imagination activism. The human heart, mind, soul, crowded with images drawn from the past, shaped in the present, and projected into the futures before us. Futures are always plural, by the way. We can disrupt dominant hegemonic images with our imagination. All cultural shifts occur in the imagination first. Our calling is not accidental, no. It is a deliberate calling to engage with cultural evolution. We can push boundaries by exploring the plausible, the possible, the preferable, even the preposterous futures that we need to play with. But I want to underline this fact that the calling of our age, our time, is a deliberate calling. It is not accidental. There is no accident that all you wonderful people at this conference are here and that I'm speaking to you. No accident at all. So, what if we generate, over the coming century, a rich culture of inclusion in which gender becomes a tool for spiritual and imaginative liberation? What if women, men, and the gender fluid can all love one another as rich representatives of a thriving ecosystem whose health is premised on diversity? And what if you and I contribute to these visions right now as this conference invites and triggers gender diverse futures? Wonderful questions, and I believe questions are so powerful in transforming the imaginative terrain we inhabit. But first, we need to consider, what's the context we're doing this what-ifing in? Planetary evolution is key. The planet as a whole is the context, of course. It is also the site in which we can see ourselves and our cultures reflected back at us, where there's poverty, environmental degradation, and so on. We are called to waken up to those issues and respond to them. Consciousness, therefore, evolved through this kind of struggle with the environment. We are called, but we need to deep listen to understand how that call is working. Deep listening, coined by and developed by Warren Ziegler, a wonderful futurist, is there in the link. I see in this deep listening and in the calling that gender acts as a fulcrum. We are being called to move from a dominator, patriarchal, androcentric kind of worldview to a partnership worldview. A partnership worldview has no people on top. It is not the kind of hierarchical sort of framework. It is much more a collegial and collaborative world. It's not to say that we don't have leaders, but the way we think about power and we distribute agency through the planet's system is reimagined completely. I want to touch now on what I'm calling the wound. Okay, the wound we suffer from is one of separation. We separate male from female, LGBTQI from the heteronormative, the inner from the outer, nature from culture, before from after, them from us, spirit from matter, and so on. We can talk about separation in many ways. Well, I would argue that we are called to return to wholeness. It is a kind of macro or meta calling. And we will get there by, thinking about how am I called? How is each one of us called? Obviously, I am a communicator. I am an educator. So I am called to do some of the thinking, some of the wayfinding, but I don't think that's exclusive to the kind of career and role path that I've had. Wayfinding is something we all do. Wayfinding is making sense of the world around us in small slices at first, because we can't see the big picture of us as a species. Gender is one essential pathway to do this, of course. I'm arguing with the gender agenda that gender is the canary in the mine shaft. I want to remind you, I guess, that something big, really big, is happening. We are feeling the pressure of global challenges as individuals, communities, societies, and as a species. There is a species level event going on. And as a species, we can't see from the individual perspective what's going on at all. Responding creatively to these challenges starts with gender. And I want to touch on feminist futures, which I think and see as a very powerful tool in challenging the current business as usual trajectory of our planet. Feminist Futures offers not just a critique of power, but also a powerful alternative set of visions. Feminist Futures has a prophetic dimension to it. It is a prophetic response to the crisis of separation. Now, how do I understand feminism? Well, I'm linking it to spirituality, and a spirituality of resistance. One of my favorite people wrote a fabulous book called The Outrageous Pursuit of Hope way back in the year 2000, is a woman called Mary Gray. She's a liberation theologian, and she has this, and I want to read this to you because I think it is delicious and provocative. She says she's arguing about a spirituality of resistance and struggle that refuses to let injustice have the last word. Let us be clear, she says, this is not an opting out from society, a retreat to an inner world where Christians settle down cozily in their own ideals and give up on social critique. No, far from it, she says. Prophetic critique today will work as far as possible with whatever forces or energies of the society are leading in the right direction. And we can measure that right direction by our heart, our sense of whether there's justice or injustice, pain or possibility, and so on. The point about a spirituality of resistance, she concludes, is that we already live from a different vision. And I would say that that's a vision that we're sharing today in this conference. And this, she concludes, is what is so energizing. And I find whenever I start engaging with questions around alternatives that I get excited. And this question of calling and deep listening is really important. So to conclude, sorry, Alternatives, they start with us and they scale up to the species. In some mysterious way, I'd have to say. But if we turn this formulation around and recognize that we are a species with species level impact, then our individual actions take on a new potency. I'm croaking away, aren't I? So back to our calling. What do you feel called to do, be and become? I love this question. It's worth many conferences, but also we have to have a conference of the heart. You have to sit in your own spaces and deep listen to what is our soul calling us to do. I want to thank you very much for listening. Deeply appreciate your time and the grace of being with you all. Goodbye.
After Dr. Olamide, we would have you. Thank you very much. So just stretch. I know you've been sitting for too long after lunch. If I see you seated, you're not dancing to the music, shaking your body, then it means that, well, you don't need the break. So music, thank you.
See.
Mayembose, oh, Mayembose, Otia Sida, oh, Mayembose, Obekrama, oh, Mayembose, Mayembose, Ebesiko, Kunimda, Hallelujah. Oti asida omaye mbose obekwama.
Thank you very much.
Omaye mbose ebesiko kunyemdom hallelujah ose.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. A round of applause for the Royal Hill Choir. I think you guys were not making good use of the music, so I've taken my music back. But then I can see people want the music, so we'll go back to it. I'm that kind, you know, generous. So I'll give you the music back. I think we should have the next presentation. She has agreed that she will do it within 10 minutes. If she disappoints me, she'll go to 15. But she will not go beyond 15, and so we'll permit her to do that. After that, we'll have a presentation by Professor Jay on behalf of Professor ICGE. Then there is another presentation with a group of young researchers. We are virtually wrapping up the day as long as we're able to go by the plan. And so at this point, ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce the CEO of Bliss Beam Empowerment Initiative. She's also an advocate for empowerment and labor justice, women entrepreneurs, and grassroots economic empowerment. She is Olamide Akintola. A round of applause for her, please. Hello, can we have the microphone on, please?
Okay. Good afternoon once again. Honorable Sarah, good afternoon. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen present and in this hall. I want to say good afternoon to everyone. And I want to say this as a great opportunity to be here present this afternoon, to be part of this conference. And it's good to be in Accra once again after 13 years. And also, I'm highly privileged to be sharing from our experiences and our works at Bliss Beam Empowerment Initiative in Nigeria. Once again, my name is Olamide Akintola, and I will be talking on women economic empowerment and labor justice. Some time ago, a woman in her 50s, if I'm not mistaken, a woman in her 50s, she cried out of hunger, out of pain. She cried out and she said, if only she could have a body for money. That was how bad her situation was. She said if she could have a body in exchange for money. And I believe somebody will be asking me, how much did she tag on herself? It was less than $1. 500 naira, Nigerian money, $0.50. That was what she tagged on herself, just because she was hungry, just because she was, faced with so many challenges. She couldn't meet, her obligation as a woman, as a mother at home. And this brings us to what, I have before me this afternoon. Women economic empowerment and labor justice. So we are going to be looking at what this means and what we have been able to do in our own little way at Bliss Beam and Visage Women Foundation in Nigeria. So it's going to be more of practical. Let me start by saying at Bliss Beam Empowerment Initiative, we are a not-profit organization passionate about women and girls. And we have been able to, carry out our activities through skills training, mentorship, advocacy, and empowerment programs. We have helped women and girls to discover their worth, to develop their talent, their skills, and for them to be able to live an impactful life. So we must first of all understand what women economic empowerment is all about. I will not say that I'm going to blame the woman I just told you about. I won't blame her 100% because she was actually living within opportunities, but she could not see the opportunity. All what she was seeing was hunger, but she could not see that there are so many opportunities surrounding her. She couldn't see that she could be useful to herself, that she could be useful to her family, and that she could be useful to her community. So what is economic empowerment? What does it mean? This is helping women and girls to earn their own money. Helping women and girls to own their money. Sorry, I will be using women and girls because, we do the two together. Helping them to learn skills that bring income. Giving them access to tools, training, and support. Helping them to make good financial decisions, then helping them to build stable and dependent life. And in Visage, we have been able to do this through a lot of means because we discovered that if we catch them young, right from the girls, we cannot abandon the girls. We must take them along as we move. So we discovered that if these people are empowered with the right instruments they need, empowerment is not just about money. It is not just about giving them loans, grants, financial support, though these are part of it, but it is just more than that. So it is also giving them the right tools and resources to work with. And these tools and resources, they are also what they need. Some people are talented, some people are skilled, but they don't know that they can make money out of this. They don't know that they can make, good out of that. So many people actually, so many women and girls, they live in ignorance. And coming to labor justice is one, when women and girls are protected, when they are valued and given the dignity they deserve while doing their job. Recently, I was asking a lady that what does it mean to be, to be digitally or technology inclined as a woman. She said her perspective used to be, what she figured out is that, no, this is men's line. That is when she see men putting on helmet, putting on jacket and climbing ladders. But luckily today, this has changed. Women are taking leading posts in the digital world. So also, labor justice means that what our men can do, as in the area of jobs now, before we used to classify some jobs to be women's job, like our mothers, great-grandmothers, the only two professions we know them to be doing was nursing and teachers. but the narrative has changed today. So labor justice is also being able to thrive in men's world. What men can do, men they are farmers. Women are also farmers today. Men and in the digital world, women are also there today. So it's also part of labor justice. And these two dimensions, empowering women, women empowerment and labor justice, they go hand in hand. Now, there are so many challenges for us to be able to put this into full practice. Just like I said, many women and girls, they lack finances and business credit. Then we women and girls, we don't have access to the internet and some digital tools which can actually bring opportunities to us. Then some of these challenges have been mentioned here in this hall today. I wouldn't want to go back to that. But where am I coming to now is to just allow me to share some of the things we've been able to do. Digital skills, digital and economic skill training. And we've been able to do so well in this aspect. I can say that last week, we just concluded a one-week summit whereby we bring female youth from over 20 nations of the world together, equipping them with the right digital, skills and tools that can really help them. And we discovered that these days, even the common woman, the woman that is not educated in the village, she can thrive with these tools. A woman selling, I have seen a woman selling herbs that is not educated. She's now, marketing her herbs. She's selling her herbs in other countries. She can, sell conveniently in the comfort of her room, receive payment, and also send this product outside to her buyers. This is as a result of digital and economic skills training that we have been able to do. So we developed a program whereby hundreds of women across Nigeria and in other African countries, were trained in digital skills, social media branding. Some people, have discovered also that some of our girls with Android phones, they think that the only thing they can do with this is to expose their body, is to do funny things, but it is more than that. As we have some ladies that are, using this to their advantage, we have some that are also using it to their disadvantage. So it is our own duty to open their eyes to the opportunities and the advantages that lies in that. And also we have been able to do that. So, equipping them with the right digital skills, social media branding, e-commerce, and all this is to their advantage and growth. Then through this work, women have moved from informal and unstable livelihood. I'm going to be telling us the story of a girl too that we mentored. Her name is Peace. During one of our programs, whereby we mentor, girl's child. She attended 3 consecutive times. And after that, she picked a skill. She developed herself in that skill, and that is hair, how to make hair and all that. And she started developing herself in that line. And after a while, they relocated out of Nigeria. So they traveled. And when you first relocate, things are not stable. You find things pretty difficult. So she picked this skill again. She started developing herself. She started practicing on her mom's hair, on her sister's hair, and she became good at it. So she started doing that, rendering services to people, earning money. And after a while, the mother confided in me that this girl has been a blessing to the family, that through the money realized in this skill she learned and she developed, that she has been able to support the family, that she has been able to fund her schooling. She's also a nursing student. She has been able to fund her schooling, support the family. And just 3 months ago, the mother was sharing with me again that she was able to get herself a car at the age of 17 years. So you can imagine that what she learned she put it into practice. She made use of digital skills, by promoting herself on TikTok. And she got mentorship from us also. So you could see that all these things are important in training the girl child, even the women also. Then also we've been able to, do this through youth and girls empowerment. I've just said that we had a program last week. We had a summit titled, It is Our Turn, Digitally Equipped and Future Ready, talking to the youth. So we've been able to do that. Then labor justice and leadership awareness. We also engage our women and girls in discussion about their labor rights, what it means to earn fairly, to negotiate, to seek safe and respectful workplace, even if they are self-employed also. They need these rights, either formal or informal. In our programs, we emphasize that economic empowerment is not just about income. It's about dignity. It's about choice. It's about respect, and it's about justice. A woman we worked with once said that she used to believe that she must accept any job just because she wants to make money, but her perspective changed. Well, I've been asked that my time is up. So from our work, I will just share a few key lessons here. That access to resources matters. Access to tools matters, to training matters, to mentorship too also matters. Our girls and our women, they need all this to be economically empowered. Then labor justice must be built into empowerment. Digital inclusion is also a game changer. As the word involves, women who are digitally literate, connected, and up to date have a major advantage. In fact, as it is today, if you are a woman, if you are a girl, if you don't sharpen your digital technology skills, you will be left behind as it is now. So, investment in devices and digital platforms must include gender lenses. Then policies and legal frameworks also matters. That has been discussed here this afternoon in this hall. Then also partnerships accelerate impact, partnership with NGOs, private sectors, government, our communities. All this, matters a lot. Then also stories and representation also can inspire actions. Like the two stories that I've just shared now can inspire actions, can also inspire others to take action. And I invite every one of you here present today, our government, our business owners, our universities, communities, civic society organizations, and individuals, for us to think and to stand to this call. So for policymakers, what are we doing to remove legal and regulatory barriers that limit women's economic participation and labor justice? I think that was, discussed during the panel discussion. For businesses, how are we ensuring women have equal access to higher value jobs, leaderships, and digital skills? Then for our women and girls, they must be committed to learning, connecting, networking, leveraging on digital tools, and also know their rights, claim them, and lead. Remember that when women rise economically, societies prosper. When justice is upheld in labor, the future of our nature is secured. In conclusion, in my journey with Visage and Bliss Beam Empowerment Initiative, I have seen firsthand that when our women and girls are equipped, supported, and connected, crimes are reduced, they are empowered. And when labor justice becomes reality, the ripple effect is enormous. Empowered women uplift families.
Will be done by Ted
Afternoon. I want to recognize the existing protocol. Once again, I'm here presenting on behalf of Professor Igot Ofem, the Director, Center for Response and Prevention of Sexual and Gender-Based Violence, Lagos State University in Nigeria. The topic is women's role in peace building, post-conflict transition, and addressing gender-based violence prevention. The introduction, because I have to be snappy. Okay, 30 years after the world stood together in Beijing and declared the global equality agenda, we are here right now after 30 years. It was done in 1995. They defined the moment, courage, imagination, and unwavering commitment 30 years ago. And across Africa and the broader global south, women continue to stand at the front lines of conflict, even though, at times they are not the cause of the conflict, but in one way or the other, they bear the heaviest burden. So women have risen again and again to several roles. Our roles as peace builders cannot be overemphasized. We lead community-level peace building. We build social cohesion. We are protectors. We are negotiators. We play different roles. We are mediators. We facilitate. At times, we do activism in post-conflict transition in the communities, and have addressed gender-based violence, as well as have been architects of justice. Women are powerful agents of transformation in communities that has been fractured by war and systems that has been weakened by inequalities. Women are not merely survivors. We are powerful agents of transformation. Our leadership, though, most times it might be invisible, and most of the time often undervalued. It has proven time after time again that sustainable peace is impossible without gender justice, without healing, without our voices shaping the rebuilding of nations. The new decade of global gender equality agenda. Now, after 30 years, we have entered a new decade of women, peace, and security agenda. So we have a question before us now, and the question is whether women belong at the center of the peace building. Yes, we always are. And the question that is pertinent now is whether global and national systems will finally rise to meet their courage with political will, structural change, and meaningful investment. The second question is whether we move beyond symbolic inclusion to embrace truly transformative change that dismantles harmful norms, redistributes power, and confronts the root causes of gender-based violence. So this is serving as a dual tool. It's an invitation and also a challenge to rethink peace and security through the lived experiences, wisdom, and leadership of women in post-conflict settings. So we need to equally note that
survivor-led advocacy, women's peace movements, and gender-responsive transitional justice are not just peripheral efforts, they are the foundation of lasting peace. Therefore, the unfinished promise of Beijing, particularly for the developing economies, can only be realized when women's inclusion is not an afterthought, but the driving force behind peace building, state reconstruction, and gender-based violence prevention. What are the challenges women face globally? The challenges are many, but just few are listed here. There are patriarchal political structures. We have donor-driven interventions with short-term focus. There is weak institutional capacity. We have limited local ownership of peace initiatives, societal attitudes limiting women's participation, truth commissioning, and reparation often fail women. There is limited documentation of gender-based violence. This one is very, very paramount. So also we have the exclusion of women from transitional justice decision-making. Hence, there is the need for survivor-centered reparative justice models. So beyond inclusion to redistributive justice, at this particular turning point in history, we must go beyond mere inclusion to redistributive justice, whereby addressing the root causes of inequality, transforming patriarchal institutions, integrating gender-based violence prevention early into peace-building processes. What is the future of women and girls? We must choose the future where every woman's dignity is being protected, every girl's potential is being nurtured, and every survivor's voice is honored. We must equally choose a future where feminist peace infrastructures are not aspirational, but very, very essential. Lastly, there must be a future where men stand as allies beside women at the different institutions. They stand accountable and societies stand transformed through this. Because when women lead, nations heal. When women are protected, our communities thrive. And when gender justice becomes a shared priority, not just a footnote, peace stops being fragile and starts becoming permanent. In conclusion, I want to say that it is very, very, very important. This particular topic is important and it cannot be overemphasized. The role of women in peace building, post-conflict transition, and addressing gender-based violence should be taken with a very, very strong inspiration. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Another round of applause for Prof. I know usually, this last minute presentations, we are so relaxed, we are so focused that we enjoy it. Are we not? You want me to say we are so tired? We are focused. We are not. We would have the last part almost one presentations, and then we take a spoken word from Nanati Chiwa, of course. But let's do one. Let's listen to one presentation first before she comes. And so if we have the name, I don't want to get it wrong, so let me refer. We have Abdullah Mohammed Tajuddin. If he's here, he should do us the honors. You have can we have his presentation projected? Well, maybe whilst we are getting that ready, we can have the spoken word so that we can get his presentation ready. So maybe yes. So let's welcome our very own Nana Techiwa Echiampo Atsari. A round of applause for her. She was here earlier. Maybe she'll come back again after this one, so she doesn't run away after this presentation. A round of applause for her, please.
I promised you I'll be back. And I am back. We've heard a lot, right? Some few days ago, we saw a video where a woman was brutally beaten by her husband. How many of us saw the video? Sad, right? I'm pretty sure she attended most women empowerment programs. But have you asked what she used these lessons for? To tell you that if you ask her how many empowerment programs she attended, how many she volunteered for, she has quite a number to tell you. But then, if the video didn't come out, we wouldn't have known. So let's ask ourselves the number of people that are being abused by men. How many men did we see today? Apart from the photographers, they are not up to 10. But it is a gender equality program. What picture are we trying to paint? Everything is not about women. I am a woman, but everything is never about women. It is high time we give the men a chance to speak too. Did we know that yesterday was International Men's Day? How many men, even the men, how many posted? Apart from the videographer at the back there, not even the gentleman sitting in front of me. It is high time we give both genders the equality to speak. All our panelists here were females. What picture are we trying to paint? Women, when we are saying equality, it is not to rub shoulders with men. I said this in the morning and many of you disagreed with me. But it is high time you sit in your home and think about yourself first. That if my husband can't go with me to a program, a gender equality program, what am I going to do there? We will meet next year, but from here, what do we say? Many of us leave the doors here and forget everything even Ms. Akintola said. And that is a shame, because anytime we talk about gender equality, we are champion Choboy, give the women a chance, haven't we fought for this for far too long? Haven't we? Now the platforms are set for the women. You go for big programs and it is for men. And it's also for women, but you see the women there. They say that the Obanet here, sorry. I'm sorry for my Nigerian people. I'll translate it for you after this. But then, you see the Obanet here, sorry, and the Obane Gua, sorry. How many of us have heard this before? Right, because it is women every day. If you check the population of women, we are twice more than the men. And that's why even the Bible says there will be a time where 5 women is to 1 man. Haven't we had, even from the times of Adam, women were empowered? My name is Nanati Shasai, and I am the Gen Z spoken word artist. Now, they say charting the frontiers, the next frontiers. How do we understand it? They say the future is female, but in too many towns, the future waits like sunrise after Hamatan. Bright, but far. Yet hidden in the dust of inequality. Gender equality is not distant, it is a direction. Cheers to the men that break ceilings and not spirit. Cheers to the men that understand partnership, but to the women that understand that if we are partnering, we are not rubbing shoulders with the men. The woman is not behind, she's beside. She's not the future, she's the now. And anytime we talk about the future, we need to talk about the now, because the women are the now. Now, Mr. Kwaji Agri said, if you educate a man, you've educated one person. But if you educate a woman, you've educated the whole nation. This tells us a lot. And today I am here to tell you that as you leave the corners of this place, empower yourself first before you talk to someone about empowerment. If you don't have the empowerment, leave it behind you and empower yourself first. I leave this place telling you that empower yourself first, because when you rise, the world rises too. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Nana Tichiwa Ichampo Asari. Round of applause for her. We're having Abdullah Mohammed Tajir back to the stage. So please, the stage is yours, 10 minutes maximum. Well, he's negotiating for 15. I'm kind, I can give him 15, but work with 10 so that you don't be too comfortable with 15. All the best.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I think that it is both an honor and a deep sense of responsibility to stand before you this afternoon on this very important international conference on gender equality. Today, I'm happy to share with you insights from a report that was championed and facilitated by young people working under a project titled Power to Choose, which is basically a sexual reproductive health program that empowers young people to be able to demand access to quality SRHR services. Why do we think this is important? This is important because we are talking about groups of people whose voices and experiences have often been forgotten when it comes to policy decision making and implementation. We are talking about the young people and persons living with disabilities. And as I said, this is an important topic because sexual and gender-based violence remain one of the most pervasive human rights violations in our world today. And globally, evidence shows that 1 in every 3 women experience physical or sexual violence in their lifetime. And if you choose to add the persons living with disability, the statistics become so worrying. We are told that studies shows that persons with disabilities are 2 to 3 more times likely to experience gender-based violence in their lifetime. Yet despite these, discussions on gender equality rarely give sufficient attention to the unique vulnerabilities of persons with disabilities or to young people navigating through systems that fail to protect them. So basically, our study was to examine the prevalence of sexual and gender-based violence among young people and persons living with disabilities. And then, of course, to look at how SGBV impacts survivors as well as their families. And of course, if there are some available support institutions for them to be able to access when they face gender-based violence. In terms of methodology, we employed a cross-sectional research design, and we gathered data across 29 communities, that is 29 project communities across 6 districts from northern Ghana and southern Ghana. Our research participants, as I said, included persons with disability and their non-disabled peers, which was to allow us to compare experiences and draw a more inclusive picture of the issue of gender-based violence. In total, we have 1,204 individuals participating in the study, and this comprised of 798 females, constituting 66.3%, and then 406 males, which constituted 3.7%. In terms of age categories, the focus was to target respondents between the ages of 10 to 24. And I should say that the data indicated that, so for those that responded to the questionnaire, we have those within the ages of 15 to 24 constituting about 65% of our total sample. Now, in terms of highlight of our major findings, we realized that across the districts and the regions, sexual and gender-based violence is prevalent, accounted to 84% of respondents, either reporting that they have either experienced it, or they have heard about it, or they have witnessed it. Now we have 32% of those indicating that they face sexual violence. We have 42% of individuals accounting for reports of physical violence. And then we have 16% of individuals accounting for reports of verbal abuse. Now, when you look at the occurrence, these things don't occur in isolation. It happens in public spaces, our homes, schools, the marketplaces, and all other public places you can talk about. And the perpetrators are largely those who know the survivors. So if you look at the data show that if you look at the perpetrators, for family members constitute the largest perpetrators of SGBV, as this study tend to show. 25.4 accounts for friends. We have 18.1% of respondents indicating that they suffered violence from their intimate partners. And as I already said, the homes are the places where SGBV mostly occur. So as the data is showing, if you look at it, we have 65% of all the cases that were recorded happening at the house level. And as somebody was saying, when we need to tackle important issues like this, it is important that we look at it from the family level. That is where these things start and degenerate into a larger proportion. And as I said from the beginning, we have about 74% of persons living with disability telling us that they are at higher risk of experiencing gender-based violence. The reasons are not far to seek, because most of these people depend on caregivers, and so they are not in a position to be able to help themselves when they encounter issues of SGBV. And out of the 74%, we realized that the most prevalent was physical impairment as well as visual impairment. These are the category of people that suffer most when it comes to sexual and gender-based violence amongst persons living with disabilities. We try to access some socio-cultural norms that drive sexual and gender-based violence. And these three are just the few that we picked from the many. So we had bride price, widowhood price, witchcraft accusations, early and forced child marriages. They all account for the kind of socio-cultural practices that force sexual and gender-based violence in our communities. Now, when it comes to the impact of SGBV among respondents, we realize that for most of them, they indicated a situation where they have decreased social participation because of stigma. When they encounter SGBV, it reduced their social participation and also increased their dependency on family members. Some have said that as a result of they being survivors of SGBV, resulted in loss of jobs. And then it also have long-term health and psychological issues. And all of these are kind of challenges that gender-based violence victims or survivors face. Now we try to look at awareness of support system for sexual and gender-based violence victims. And we realized that the data was too worrying because nearly half of persons with disability that participated in the study indicated that they were unaware of support systems available to them if they become victims of violence. 39.2% of respondents rated availability of support systems as somewhat effective. We have only 18% of respondents indicating that services in terms of access to support systems were very effective. In terms of search for support systems, we realized that at the community level, religious leaders play a very important role in providing support to survivors of SGB. So we have 26% of respondents indicating that they actually sought support from religious bodies or religious leaders. 22.5% access legal services. We have 20.18% of individuals seeking health care. And we realized that the domestic violence and victim support units and the social welfare was a key institutions that sexual and gender-based violence survivors access services. And they also indicated that these two institutions were the most effective institutions that supported them when they face violence in their communities. So conclusion, the evidence is quite clear SGBV among youth and persons with disabilities is not only a human rights violation, but also a development challenge that undermines our collective effort towards gender equality and inclusion. We believe that addressing gender-based violence is not only a moral imperative, but also a developmental necessity. The findings reaffirm that gender equality cannot be achieved without social inclusion. In the spirit of Beijing 30 agenda, stakeholders must move beyond rhetoric to action, investing in structures, services, and social change that protect individuals from violence. How do we break this cycle? So we have a few recommendations. One, there is the need to strengthen institutional coordination across our justice systems, our health and social sectors to provide timely and survivor-centered support for survivors of sexual and gender-based violence. There is also the need to invest in community awareness and education, addressing harmful gender norms and stigma around disability and gender. And then thirdly, there is also the need to enhance accessibility in terms of physical, finance, and informational for all survivors, particularly persons living with disabilities. And then lastly, we are asking stakeholders to empower young people with the knowledge and skills to challenge violence reports and support peers. Now, call to action. We are saying that as we mark 30 years since the Beijing Declaration, we are reminded that equality must be inclusive, that no one is truly free until every young person and every person with disability can live free from violence, fear, and discrimination. This is not just a presentation, it is a call to conscience. We cannot achieve gender equality if the youth and persons with disability continue to live in fear. We cannot talk about inclusion while ignoring those at the margin of protection. Let us renew our commitment, not just in statements, but in policies, in budgets, and in community actions. Because equality without inclusion is incomplete, and justice without accessibility is unjust. Lastly, I call on everyone here to join hands to break the silence. Let us build a future where every life is safe, valued, and seen. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Abdul Ahmed Tajuddin. Round of applause for Abdul. Oh, Abdullah. Sorry. When it's 4:22, my eyesight become a bit. All right, so let's have the last part one. So we'll have this and then have a panel, brief panel discussion, and then we close for the day. And so if we have Dr. Virtue Fiawo Comment, the girl here, let's have her. Round of applause for her. Do we have her presentation ready? Okay, so she's coming. Round of applause for her. Yes. Okay. She's aware she has 10 minutes to compress everything. 10 minutes. Yes. Once she's done, we'll have Dr. Aifa and his team join us. So we'll have the presentation from Dr. Ajeni's presentation, and then I think Abdullah's presentation, and then her presentation. So we'll do some brief takeaway. 10 minutes.
All protocols observed. As a researcher, I usually begin my presentations with data. But today, I want to begin with an imaginative dream. So join me for a minute as we imagine this together. Let's imagine a world without countries, right? Let's imagine a world where there's nothing to kill or die for. Let's imagine a world with no religion. More importantly, let's Let's imagine a world where everybody is living together in peace. These are words that I borrowed from John Lennon in his music, Imagine. Is it too hard to imagine? I don't think so. But it is not this simple. In reality, lines drawn on maps continue to divide communities, turning neighbors into enemies, turning homes into battlegrounds. And while no one is immune to the brutalities of conflicts, I'm sure most of you would agree with me that children and women suffer the most consequences. Sadly, this is the situation in the southwest and the northwest regions of Cameroon. Many have died, properties destroyed, but to mention a few. It is within this context that I did the study to explore the experiences of internally displaced pregnant women from the Anglophone crisis. Now let me give you a bit of background. What started as a peaceful protest by lawyers and teachers in 2016 over the increased use of French in the English regions, despite the fact that English is also an official language, quickly escalated into what we now commonly refer to as the Anglophone crisis. To understand why these protests picked up so much momentum and turned into the humanitarian crisis we have now, it's important for us to recall the historical foundations of Cameroon's linguistic and political divide. Let me take you through some history lesson. This is the map of Africa before World War I. You see the sections colored blue, German colonies. Peach, British colonies. I think that would be mauve or pink, I'm not sure. French colonies, right? Can you locate Cameroon? I don't know if this is also a pointer. Okay, yeah. So before World War I, Cameroon, spelled with a K, was a German colony. I'm sure you know what happened after World War I. Germany lost. So the German colony, what do I do? The German colony was split between France and Britain. Obviously, France took a bigger share. You can see it took about 2/3 of the colony. Now, for the British section, it was divided into southern British Cameroon and northern British Cameroon. Now, when the wave of independence started going through sub-Saharan Africa, with Ghana obviously leading, gaining independence in 1957, the other African countries also followed suit. So Cameroon, that is the French Cameroon, just so that we know, gained independence in 1960. Now, if you notice the section in red, the British Cameroon, small, some scholars have said that they had wanted to be an independent state, but that was not on the table. They had one of two options. Either they join French Cameroon or they join Nigeria. Now there was a plebiscite, 1961. So this is what happened. Southern British Cameroon voted to join French Cameroon. Okay? And then Northern British Cameroon voted to join Nigeria. The Southern British Cameroon agreed to join the French Cameroon under a federal arrangement, okay? To maintain their cultural identity and political power, equal partnership. That was the agreement. So the name was changed to Federal Republic of Cameroon. Are you following the history? Good. The federal arrangement was short-lived. It was dissolved. And then the name was changed back to Republic of Cameroon. It is against this backdrop that the 2016 protest escalated into what we now have as a humanitarian crisis. They agreed. Many of the Anglophones are saying that their cultural identity is being erased, language. They're also talking about marginalization and the development of those two regions. They talked about underrepresentation in the political structure, civil service, military forces. Now, the Anglophone crisis has led to abductions, sexual violence, destruction of property, killings. The UNHCR estimates that about 500,000 people have been internally displaced. This is excluding the numbers that have had to flee to Nigeria as refugees. Now, why did I want to do this study? As a researcher, I want to understand what pertains to mainly women. So I said, let me understand how their experiences of loss, trauma, disruption in their education, and the careers caused by this crisis influence these displaced women and their pregnancy journey. How did I set out to do this work? I did a qualitative study because I wanted to get deep, rich data. I used a phenomenological approach because this gives me their lived experiences. I did the study, I sampled these women from the Baptist Hospital in Yaoundé. Why the Baptist Hospital? Because the Baptist Hospital originated from the Anglophone regions. So usually the Anglophones in the center region, which is Yaoundé, usually patronize that hospital. So in a study where I was looking to recruit internally displaced persons, that was the best place to go to. And of course, my study population were the pregnant women. I did a one-on-one in-depth interviews with them. I transcribed it into Word, imported it into in vivo, analyzed it. I collected this data over a period of 3 months, 2020 to 2021, and let me show you the results. I have it over a broad theme that I termed Pregnancy in the Shadows of Trauma. So it's a qualitative research, so you're going to get some quotes. So I'm not going to bore you, I'll just summarize the quotes. So the first broad theme I have is the disrupted futures and forced transitions. For most of the participants, when they recounted their experiences, what they would tell you as the genesis of the crisis was the closure of schools, okay? So you have this young lady who talked about how one day the teachers came and said, you know, there's a problem in this country, there'll be no school for a couple of days. And here they thought that, okay, maybe for a week. After a week they went, they said, oh, still no school. 5 months, still no school. That's when she knew that school was probably over for her. For those who defied the no school order by the separatist group, they had to pay dearly for it. Students were abducted, beaten, ransoms demanded from their parents before they released them. Now, for some of these young ladies who could not go to school again because of the closure of the schools, waiting idle, some young men decided to say, you know what, how about you marry me? And this young lady said, there's really nothing to do. I can't even feed. So I might as well just take his offer. And that's how come this young lady got into what I termed the premature marriage, and then she was pregnant. Now, this is to tell you that this is the reality. Whilst I was in Cameroon in 2020, these videos were circulating, the Kumba school massacre. I don't know if any of you heard about it, where armed men went to this school, a bilingual school, with machetes and guns, killed 8 school children aged 12 to 14, wounded 13, because they're saying no school. Now let's move on to my other theme, one of these emergent themes. Now, another strategy that the separatists used was the ghost towns. They would declare a ghost town. No activity, no movement. What is going to happen? Economic hardships. So you'll be there and you can't even buy food. Now, one lady recounts how, due to this ghost town order, her mother, who is a farmer and sells produce to support her education, was unable to do so. In a difficult situation, she sought help from one gentleman. And the gentleman said, you know what, I can help you, but you'd have to marry me. So she weighed her options and said, okay, I really want to finish my HND, so okay, I'll marry you. Then there was another hook. He said, well, you need to assure me that you're serious. You have to get pregnant for me first. And that's how come when I was interviewing her, she was pregnant. For those of you who are curious to know if he fulfilled his end of the bargain, the lady said, well, he had started. He was supporting her in school, so. Another emergent theme, so I wanted to understand what finally forced them to move from the Anglophone regions to Yaoundé. It's the violence, the gunshots. So most of the time they had to flee into the bushes because if you don't flee, you'd either get a stray bullet or you'd be shot at. A lady recounted an instance where her mother and her father-in-law were both killed in one day. So she knew that it was time to leave. In Yaoundé, there are displaced settlements. What are their struggles? Economic hardships. Obviously, if you've been forced to migrate to a place in that manner, you definitely would go through struggles. So these pregnant women had to initiate ANC at later stages, 5 months or 6 months old. One pregnant woman recounts how her husband had to go and borrow some money to be able to afford some of the ANC services. In all of this, these women, they're pleading and hoping that peace would return to their regions and then life would go back to normal. And then they are also hopeful that things will go back to normalcy. In conclusion, the Anglophone crisis has disrupted education, led to many loss of lives, and forced generations into survival rather than a life of opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. 17 minutes, it's not too bad. Another round of applause for Dr. Virtue Igal. So we'll quickly have the panel discussion. So you have a seat. Dr. Ifa, who moderates the panel, we invite the rest of the panelists to join. They have 20 minutes. We have agreed that we have 20 minutes. If we go beyond 20 minutes, it means that you want to ask more questions. And so, but they will do 20 minutes. And then we'll have Madam Speaker give us some remarks, and then we end the session for today. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon, distinguished guests. We've saved the best for the last, so please bear with us and engage us for this short minutes. Quickly, I want to call on Prof. Ajayi to come up stage. And in fact, there are two young people here who I have personally worked with. I think we worked over a couple of, 2 years or a little less than 2 years. And indeed, these are people who have depth, although they are young. And they have passion for issues related to sexual and reproductive health. And they are the ones that my colleague, my friend, my former colleague, Tajuddin actually spoke about. So I want to call here Pastor, as we call him, to also come and be with us. And I also want to call Latifa to be with us. In the interest of time, we are just going to ask just a question each in the interest of time. But I believe that whatever question we ask, they are going to do justice to that and help all of us to go with something good. And then we'll ask all of us if we have any question for any of them, if there was any striking thing. So let me just go one question, but I would expect that each of you will respond to that. It's about policy, because all that we are doing is not for show. Right, Honorable Speaker, who is our chairperson, is a policy-oriented person. And I believe all of us are. And so this is not a talk shop. So one question I want to ask to all of you, starting from Prof, is that considering what has been done in Nigeria, what are the short and medium term policy acts that if you have your gender minister here, you'd suggest that should be done? And if you could also try to situate it within discussion about men, because we've heard so much that gender is not just about the woman alone. So if there's anything you could help us with briefly.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Aifa. The short and long-term policy, we have them in Nigeria. We also have the medium term, and there are specific barriers which adversely affect women's role in peace-building, post-conflict construction, and GV prevention. Parliamentary rules that has been passed, and to a reasonable extent it is being followed in Nigeria, but at the same time we have the structural and institutional barrier in Nigeria, because up till now we still have low political representation in decision making in Nigeria when we compare ourselves to some other advanced countries in which they have a lot of women in the parliament, and they are able to bring out success stories from such countries. We have some other barriers like socio-cultural in nature, in which women's role in policy and public life are culturally minimized, and sets they don't want to hear anything from women, especially in the northern parts of Nigeria, where we have majorly Islamic religion.
Okay.
They feel that the women, they are under men, and they shouldn't express themselves.
Okay, thank you, Prof. I'll come back to you again. Pastor, I want to come to you. We want to hear the voice of men, because since morning it's been the voice of the women. You are part of the SGBV work, right?
Yes, please.
So I want to find out, because it appears that we're talking about SGB in the light of women. Would you say that men also are victims of SGBV, and did you find such in the research that you did? If you can highlight the specifics for us.
All right, thank you very much. Men are also victims, but since morning, the way we've been discussing, only mentioning women. But it happens that with the issue of men, it is not mostly mentioned, but they go through most of the physical violence, and sometimes even in the place of work. They are forced exploitation as to labor. And then we also want to, based on the masculinity, to say, be a man. Some of the issues you have to man up and then solve it. So when it comes to the social perspective of this, they are not able to come up to speak out because of this fear of you are a man and more issues, or to voice it. that well. But the reality is there are issues there when it comes to gender-based violence in line with men. And we shouldn't take it like it's that light. It's something that we need to all focus on that much.
All right, thank you. So the point is that LGBT is not just a feminine or woman issue.
No.
Okay, I come to my office mate and my colleague, Dr. Digor. I mean, your work is quite interesting, looking at lived experiences. But as I was sitting down, I was thinking about whether such findings will be the same in, let's say, in Ghana, or be the same in Suriname, will be the same in St. Martin, will be the same in any other country. What do you think about if such things are to be done in other sector areas? Yeah.
So I would say that the dynamics of conflicts, they vary. The triggers vary, okay? If you look at the drivers or the triggers for the Cameroonian situation, it has to be with borders, it has to be with language, right? Let's look at Nigeria. We have a lot of Nigerians here. The Boko Haram insurgency, the drivers for that is different. It has to do with religion, right? But then the consequences, the effects are pretty much similar, if not the same. The findings from Cameroon, you can see disruption of education, you can see loss of livelihood, you can see coerced marriages. Is that not what we saw with the Chibok girls?
Yeah.
They went to schools, abducted the girls, education truncated, forced marriages. We can talk about the DRC. We can talk about Sudan. In recent times, we've seen videos circulating the gender-based violence. So the consequences or the impact, the gendered impact specifically to females are the same. It's just that the variations are usually the triggers for these conflicts, but the consequences are the same, I would say.
Okay, thank you. Before I come to the audience, the last question to Latifa. As a young lady who has been very active in the LGBT research, if the gender minister is here or the president is here, what very short to medium term intervention do you think that should be implemented to make sure that we do away with SGBV, especially the one that hit girls more? Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry. So, I don't know how many of us have seen the recent gender-based violence issue of a man abusing his wife. So when she was interviewed, she was like, she has reported the case twice, but then the reporting procedure is too rigorous. So by the time she goes back to maybe report again, they've forgotten the first report she has done. So I would recommend to the gender minister that we should have a swift reporting procedure that should be on its own. It doesn't have to be under any ministry, or you don't have to go through so many procedures. It should be a platform that you can just pick a phone and then make a call. I've been abused, and then you just get the help that you are needed that very instance. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now to the audience, if you have any question or comment, I'm just inviting two in the interest of time. So to any of our panel. Maximum two. Okay, let me then summarize at least the key takeaway points. One, we've noted that LGBT is not an issue of women alone. Boys or men are also affected. We are also victims, although we also perpetrate LGBT. Second, the issue of lived experiences, as we saw in Cameroon, is not or may not as different as what may exist in other contexts. The only that sometimes, depending on certain cultural milieu and locational issues, there may be some nuances. However, it's not very different. And then for policy, of course, from Nigeria and from Ghana, one important thing is that the reporting timing should be as short as possible so that we can get proper remediation. On this note, I want to thank our panelists so much. Sorry for rushing you through, but I'm sure that the point is well made. We can continue the conversation after the formal closing. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the panel. A round of applause for them. Grateful to have all of you join us. Pastor, well, yes, let's have some group pictures. With the panel members. Oh, okay, and then the presentation. Okay, all right. So I think we'll have the Right Honorable Speaker do the presentation. Before your, yes. So you can do the presentation to them. Oh no, when she finish. Yes. All right, so we can start with Pastor. That's a gesture. Round of applause for them. Thank you very much. Round of applause. So that's to Dr. Digao, and then we have Professor Ajani. All right, thank you very much. The last ones to Dr. Aifa. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, shall we please do for ourselves by giving the Right Honorable Speaker a round of applause? And then also, well, let's do the last one. Dr. Ifa, please come back. Let's do the last one. Thank you. Thank you so much, Doc. All right, so I think it's appropriate for us to give the Right Honorable Speaker a standing ovation, and also ourselves. Please, a standing ovation. So she's going to give us the closing remarks and reflections for today. Then we can disperse. Thank you. Please, you can sit down, take your seats. Thank you so much. All right, so, okay, she's ready?
Yes,
all
indeed
right, okay.
I am. I was expecting and hoping that it would not come, the brief statement, but I will be brief. Thank you so much. Speakers, participants, and guests, this was only day one. Looking to be brief again. I want to thank each of you for the depth of insight and spirit of collaboration you brought to this space. Today has been both grounding and energizing, reminding us of why this work and this mission remains urgent, relevant, and profoundly human. Our opening ceremony set the tone, a call to reflect on 30 years since the Beijing Declaration, and to acknowledge not only the progress made, but also the widening gaps that demand our collective attention. Today, we stood on that legacy and looked forward, not nostalgically, but strategically, understanding the role of the family, the equity and dignity of women, and the need for men in this conversation. Our keynote pushed us to confront uncomfortable truths. Gender equality is still constrained by systemic barriers, cultural norms, and uneven development across regions. However, we also heard of powerful gains, women leading transformation in health, agriculture, education, governance, and technology. The message was clear. The next frontier is not simply about expanding rights, but expanding access and agency. The plenary on gender equality and sustainable development reminded us that sustainability is not a technical ambition. It is a human-centered duty. When women have equal access to opportunities, societies do not merely grow, they stabilize, they innovate, and they thrive. Our sessions on education and next generation leadership, with an emphasis on STEM and digitalization, emphasize something crucial. The future will not wait for anyone. If we want girls to lead in science and innovation, we must make room for them today in classrooms, labs, technology hubs, and policy making. The plenary session on peace, security, and gender justice touched on women's roles in peace building and the fact that they continue to stand on the front lines of conflicts. Women are powerful agents of transformation. We were also enlightened by a he for she on the results of a study on sexual and gender-based violence amongst adolescents and young women in Ghana. Understanding that this is not only a human rights violation, but also a development challenge, we know there is much work to be done to break the cycle here in Ghana and throughout the world. As we close day one, I invite each and every one of us to reflect on one question. What does the next frontier mean in the context of myself, my country, my institution, or my community? Because today's conversations are not academic exercises. They are the foundation for tomorrow's policies, partnerships, and commitments. The Accra Communique will capture key recommendations, but it is our responsibility to give those commitments life and momentum beyond this campus, beyond this conference. So let us leave here this evening encouraged but not complacent, inspired but ready to work. The frontier ahead demands clarity, courage, and collaboration, qualities we witness here today in abundance. Thank you, and I look forward to continuing this essential dialogue tomorrow, God's willing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Round of applause for her. Then let's do it for her. Show her some love, standing ovation. Thank you so much. A quick announcement: if you haven't registered for the conference, or you have registered and you want a certificate, please approach the registration desk on your way out and then do that. Thank you. All right, so tomorrow, God willing, we are meeting here, same time. Of course, we intend starting earlier than today. So by 8 o'clock, registration, by 9 on the dot, we start the event for tomorrow. We look forward to see all of you. Thank you so much for your time, for your cooperation, and your patience as well. Enjoy your evening. Take care. Please be safe out there. Don't drive tired, and also don't be reckless on the road. Thank you.
Strategic collaboration, and the exchange of innovative solutions to accelerate the achievement of gender equality through high-level discussions, impactful presentations, and meaningful networking opportunities. ICGE 25 seeks to empower women, strengthen institutional frameworks, and promote inclusive development. ICGE, redefining possibilities and creating pathways for inclusive progress. Hi, welcome to the 3rd International Conference on Gender Equality. This conference serves as a forum for critical reflection, global dialogue, strategic collaboration, and the exchange of innovative solutions to accelerate the achievement of gender equality. Through high-level discussions, impactful presentations, and meaningful networking opportunities, ICGE 25 seeks to empower women, strengthen institutional frameworks, and promote inclusive development. ICGE, redefining possibilities and creating pathways for inclusive progress. Hi, welcome to the 3rd International Conference on Gender Equality. This conference serves as a forum for critical reflection, global dialogue, strategic collaboration, and the exchange of innovative solutions to accelerate the achievement of gender equality. Through high-level discussions, impactful presentations, and meaningful networking opportunities, ICGE 25 seeks to empower women, strengthen institutional frameworks, and promote inclusive development. ICGE, redefining possibilities and creating pathways for inclusive progress.